Welcome to the show. We've got Zeph and Lancer squaring off on map S to see who comes out on top. What a scramble. Zeph barely clings to life after a chaotic exchange to take the opening round. Zeph holds a massive lead in the head-to-head historical data. It is clear he has a conceptual understanding of how to dismantle Lancer's style. Now he just needs to keep this momentum shifting in his favor. A slow burn of a round, but he still comes out on top. Zeph is simply unstoppable right now. His current form is way better than the 30% he's shown lately. Lancer finally answers back with a clean win to stop that slide. It's a good shift in momentum given their last few series. Zeth is cruising with a commanding 5-1 lead. The rating advantage is definitely playing a role here. Zeth is just too quick, catching Lancer right as he tried to hold that ramp position. He's really putting that superior rank into practice today. Zeth is completely taking over, picking up another effortless win to extend that streak. He claims the advantage from the red platform to keep this run alive. He's really making the most of that rating advantage today. A precise shot from Lancer to put a stop to that run. He's showing a bit more grit than his last few outings today. Zeth has a strong winning record in their head-to-head history, and we're seeing that translate into absolute control today. It's a stark contrast to how Lancer has performed over the last day. He'll need a huge shift in energy to avoid a blowout. Zeth takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely ignoring the pre-match expectations. Lancer has looked shaky today, and Zeth is capitalizing on every single mistake. Zeth hits double digits and is nearly out of reach. Zeth is playing a lot like he did in that 39 win earlier today. Unbelievable! Lancer just managed to scrape through that one, barely surviving after knocking Zeth off the ramp. Lancer is starting to look much more competitive now. Zeth is still comfortably ahead at 10-5. Lancer is fighting through an incredibly tough day overall. Zeth manages to shut down that little burst of energy Lancer had going. He's certainly justifying his higher standing on the ladder today. Lancer is starting to find some answers here, refusing to let Zeth close this out quickly. He's really digging in and fighting for every round now. And there it is. Zeth cleans up another round to move himself to a massive 12-6 advantage. Expectations are being fully met here today. Lancer manages to claw back around here, keeping himself in the fight for just a bit longer. Lancer is certainly showing more resilience than he did in his recent loss to Vertex. He's not going down without a fight, holding steady to keep the door open. Lancer is really starting to stack up some momentum here. Lancer is really heating up, managing to shut him down right off the ramp. The confidence is surging for the underdog right now. Absolute precision from Zeth to close the door and secure the victory. Lancer really tried to put up a fight in the end, but the gap in raw speed was just too much to overcome. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off today on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Zeth has owned a lifetime head-to-head with a staggering 158 wins over Lancer. It's interesting to see that the odds shifted in Lancer's favor for this one. As the historical edge is clearly on Zeth's side, it'll be a test of will to see if Zeth can recover that lead. Lancer is surging ahead with a 2-round cushion. Lancer is definitely fighting a bit of a slump in those last 10 games. The tide has completely turned. Zeth is starting to put some serious pressure on Lancer here. A gritty exchange on the ramp ends in a third straight victory for Zeth. He's showing why he sits higher on the ladder today. Lancer enters right back, picking Zeth off the ramp to even things up. He really struggled to close things out in their last 3 meetings. Zeth claws back the lead and now holds a 4-3 advantage. It's a familiar outcome for him after taking those 2 earlier today. Zeth is putting on a clinical display with an 80% win rate over his last 10 games. Well, it's becoming a real struggle for Lancer to maintain any momentum. He really needs to find a way to break this rhythm before it spirals. Lancer really tightened up that exchange from the ramp to pull the score back to a dead heat. He's really put up a fight across their other games lately. We're locked in a deadlock with Zeth and Lancer tied at 5. Lancer is really putting the lower rating to shame right now. A huge swing in favor of Lancer, who secures a 3rd straight victory with that ramp exchange. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. Honestly, Zeth is proving he can hold his own despite the pre-match projections. Let's see if he can maintain this parity after the switch. Fresh start for both players. Lancer barely edges ahead to claim a 7-6 lead. Lancer is really shaking off that recent slump today. Lancer is really playing with a lot of speed right now, continuing to push his lead further. Lancer is really turning things around after that tough stretch earlier today. Lancer claims another one from the ramp, extending his lead to 3 games. He's completely flipping the script on the expectations for today. Unbelievable! He barely survives that absolute chaos from the ramp, hanging on with just 12 health to stop the slide. That was an absolute nail-biter of an encounter. Zeth puts a perfect shot on Lancer as he pushes the ramp, cutting the lead back to 1. The confidence is clearly returning for the veteran player. Lancer puts an end to that push, shutting Zeth down from the ramp to stay in control. He's really making his presence felt in this series. The resilience is starting to show as he chips away at that lead. A lightning-fast exchange to keep things tight. Lancer is just a couple of steps away from sealing this thing. The lower-rated player is absolutely thriving right now. Zeth is staying tough, painting a clear picture from the ramp to narrow this gap. The pressure is mounting as this match remains tight. A total shutdown of the round, and now he's just a single point away from victory. The script is completely flipped from how this was projected to go. What a fast response from Zeth, keeping the dream alive with a lightning quick strike. Absolutely stunning. He's erased the entire deficit, forcing this match into overtime. Pure chaos as we head into the overtime block. Zeth is simply untouchable right now, securing another victory to keep the pressure high. The momentum shift is completely mirroring his usual dominance. Lancer shuts him down instantly, bringing this overtime battle right back to a deadlock. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp again, putting himself in a great spot to close this out. A very tough day for Zeth, who has a winning record in today's action. What a performance! Zeth earns another one from the ramp, refusing to let this overtime collapse. Both of these guys are playing out of their minds in this deep water. Another huge swing as he secures the edge from the ramp, bringing him to the brink of a complete recovery. He's making the most of every opening. Unbelievable. Zeth finishes him off and completes a massive comeback to take the victory. He really refused to buckle under that pressure. Lancer played the game of his life to push this into a deep stretch. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes today as Zeth takes on Lancer in an exciting head-to-head battle. Zeth holds a massive lead in their total head-to-head history with 159 wins. It's a stark contrast to how Lancer is playing today. He struggled to keep pace with Zeth's momentum in their most recent clashes. What a scrap! Lancer claws his way back into this one, narrowly surviving a chaotic exchange. Lancer definitely hasn't been playing his best in these recent clashes. We are completely deadlocked now. Lancer has tied it up. He's shaking off a tough run of losses lately. Zeth regains the edge, pushing the lead to 3-2. He's definitely showing that higher rating edge on the ladder. Zeth is really putting the pressure on, utilizing that high ground to secure another quick round. Zeth pulls ahead again, now leading 4-3. The underdog really believes he can pull this one off. Unbelievable! Zeth holds on with a sliver of health to secure another round. He's definitely playing like a man on a mission today. Lancer plays it perfectly, holding that high ground to keep this series incredibly tight. It's a surprising shift from their recent series of matches. Lancer is on fire right now, quickly shutting down Zeth's attempt to hold the high ground. Lancer is fighting a massive uphill battle against those head-to-head numbers. Zeth barely maintains his slim 6-5 advantage. He's really capitalizing on that recent win streak. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, he's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Lancer usually has the upper hand in this pairing, but the momentum is clearly shifting toward the underdog. Let's see if Lancer finds a gear. Lancer stays within striking distance, trading Zeth by 1. That was a ridiculously fast exchange. Lancer is fighting back despite that struggle in his recent form. Zeth is putting on a clinic from the high ground, really controlling the flow of this match. Zeth has been absolutely scorching lately, putting up a 90% win rate in his last 10. And that surge of momentum is translating perfectly into his playstyle right now. It really puts Lancer in a tough spot, trying to find a way back into this series. Absolute purity from Zeth, just erasing his opponent to keep this run rolling. He's looking every bit the favorite right now. Lancer reacts a bit faster there to shut down that onslaught. Zeth secures another, a round from the box, putting himself just one win away from the victory. Just as we expected from the favorite going into this match. Game over. Zeth closes the series with a total shutdown of his opponent. He just keeps piling on the wins against Lancer lately, really confirming that his current form is just on another level. Welcome to the arena. We have Zeth and Lancer facing off to see who can take the win today. Lancer is starting strong here, taking the first lead and putting a lot of pressure on Zeth right away. Zeth has a commanding 63% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a surprising start since we're seeing Lancer completely shut him down early on. Let's see if the long-term trend takes over. What a fight! He clawed back through a brutal exchange to barely edge out the victory. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure after those previous losses today. Lancer is just dominating right now, leading 3-1. Lancer is just not letting him breathe, catching Zeth right as he tried to push from the ramp. He's really defying his recent struggle today. Lancer swiftly knocks him off the Tetris, extending the lead to 5. Hard to believe the favorite is falling apart like this. Unreal, that was a total slugfest, and Zeth just barely manages to survive the encounter. He's showing that high-end skill we'd expect from his ladder position. He's just refusing to go away, putting together another strong round to close the gap. He's definitely starting to play like the favorite we expected. What a scramble! Lancer just barely scraped through that chaos to regain his control. Lancer is clearly turning things around from those previous losses. Zeth digs deep to pick him off the boost, continuing this gritty comeback effort. That's a stark contrast to how he played against Shay. Zeth has converted a staggering 90% of his last 10 matches. It makes his current struggle in this series almost unbelievable. I wonder if he can actually flip the script before Lancer pulls away for good. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's right where the analyst expected it to be. He's utilizing his superior map knowledge here to keep Zeth at arm's length. He's staying strong, continuing to narrow the gap after that tough start. It's getting very tight as he fights to level the set. He's completely wiped the slate clean, tying the series up after an incredible effort. Good grief, he barely survives that encounter. A complete bloodbath that puts him in the lead. Absolutely nerve-wracking to see him cling to such a sliver of health. Simply untouchable. He's now taken 4 straight and is firmly in control of this series. Insane, he barely survives that trade from the boost, clinging to a tiny bit of health. Lancer is fighting a massive uphill battle against the odds today. We are deadlocked at 9 apiece. A surprising turn of events given how Lancer has struggled lately. He takes a completely clean fight here, continuing his climb back into the lead. He's finally looking as comfortable as he did against his last few opponents. He's simply too fast, another effortless burst to keep the momentum shifting his way. This match is swinging wildly. Neither one of them is letting the other pull away for long. The lower rated player is stubbornly refusing to fold here. Zeth secures another crucial round and now stands just 1 win away from closing this out. The pressure is really starting to mount for Lancer now. Lancer secures the kill from the boost, keeping himself in the fight. His poise is impressive given he's technically the underdog here. Absolute chaos as the dust settles and we are headed straight into overtime. Lancer is really shaking off those 3 losses from their earlier meetings. Absolutely flawless. Zeth closes this out with a pristine finish to claim the victory. A huge finish to wrap things up right here. Lancer takes control again, picking Zeth off while perched on the boost. Lancer is really fighting against a bleak track record today. A lightning fast reaction there as he continues to claw his way back into this overtime battle. Both players are fighting for every single point now, and it's impossible to tell who has the edge. He's really putting up a fight despite that shaky 14-24 record today. What a read! Zeth shuts this down completely and now holds match point. He's really proving why he entered this duel as the heavy favorite. Lancer responds immediately, taking control of the pace to bring the series back to a dead heat. This is becoming a total war of attrition. Zeth pushes ahead, narrowing the gap to a single round. Zeth holds a slim 2-round cushion as we move on. He's really showing the class difference between them here. Zeth has firmly gripped a 3-round advantage now. A dominant display from the veteran today. Zeth is currently riding a strong 2-point lead. Lancer just stopped the total collapse right there. He's proven he can hang with the best in the league. Zeth edges ahead, barely keeping a 1-point lead. He is simply not letting this game slip away. Zeth's now pushed the lead to 2 games. He just couldn't find a way to close it out in overtime after pushing it this far. He's got a lot of hard-fought win. Welcome everyone! We've got Zed and Lancer facing off on orange. Let's see if the favorite can keep their momentum today. Wow, an absolute slugfest to start things off, but Lancer barely survives that exchange. Tough start for the higher rated player here. Zef holds a massive overall lead in their head-to-head history. But the recent momentum has shifted completely in favor of Lancer. It'll be interesting to see if Zef can reclaim his usual dominance here. We're all tied up now. Zed and Lancer are deadlocked. He's really leaning into the form he's shown in their other matches today. Lancer is putting on a really impressive display, putting himself in a great spot early on. It's a stark contrast to the long series of games they just finished. Another dead heat, both players are sitting at 3. Zeth really wants to keep those head-to-head totals moving in his favor. Zeth pulls ahead by 1, reclaiming a slim advantage. His recent stretch of games has certainly been a nightmare. He's completely taken control of the server, claiming his 3rd straight victory. He's certainly proving to be the tougher opponent tonight. He's simply on fire right now, taking a 4th straight point. The lower ranked competitor is really feeling the pressure now. He's just unstoppable right now, securing 5 straight points to put a huge gap between them. His current form is a complete mirror of the struggles Lancer's facing. He's completely dismantled Lancer's defense, pushing his lead to 8-3. Just looks like a continuation of their earlier series of matches today. Zef heads into the break with a commanding 8-4 lead. I mean, the underdog is really putting the pressure on here. His recent streak of wins is translating perfectly to this map. Lancer needs to wake up now. Lancer is showing a surprising amount of grit despite his 12-25 record over the last day. Well, he's really fighting through a tough slump to keep this set within reach. It will be key to see if he can maintain this energy throughout the second half. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Zef barely claws out a victory after both players nearly emptied their magazines into each other. He manages to scrap his way through that exchange, edging out the win by a hair. He's just refusing to let a single round go his way. Another flawless exchange here, extending his run and putting Lancer in a deep hole. The higher rated player is simply finding his target consistently. Unreal, he barely edges out a victory in a complete firefight, putting him 1 round away from the win. He is just walking through these exchanges now. And that is it. Zed closes out the series with a fierce finish to take the map. He's really making a statement today, continuing this nightmare run for Lancer across the entire series. Welcome to Redline, everyone. Zeth and Lancer are stepping up to see who can secure the win today. Unbelievable. Lancer barely survives that, dragging himself through to a 1-0 lead after clearing him off the ramp. Zeth is usually the one in control against Lancer, but things are looking very different right now. He is definitely looking to bounce back from those 3 losses earlier. Zeth owns about 63% of the head-to-head history against Lancer. It's clear the mental edge is firmly on his side. After a shaky start, he's starting to lean into that dominance. Lancer's holding a narrow 3-2 lead heading into this. Lancer is playing far better than his last few results suggest. We've got a dead heat here. Neither player is willing to give an inch in this match. Lancer's just edged ahead, taking a tight 4-3 lead. He's showing a lot more confidence than those previous losses suggest. Everything's back to square one with Zeth and Lancer tied. Wow, what a desperate fight. Zeth closed out a victory there, barely surviving the exchange. It's a total stalemate right now, and they're both fighting for every inch of that ramp. The underdog is really holding his own in this one. Zeth takes control of that ramp and manages to push the lead back in his favor. Zeth has been on a tear across all their encounters lately. We've got a deadlock at 6, all going into the break. Well, Lancer is fighting hard to stop the bleeding here. Zeth is definitely using that confidence from his recent 6-game win streak to stay in the fight. Fresh start for both players now. Zeth secures the advantage from the ramp, and now we're seeing the map really start to tilt in his direction. Lancer's been having a tough day with those 12 losses. What a scrap! Lancer barely makes it through that exchange and cleans Zeth off the ramp. Hard to believe someone as struggle-prone as him is this composed. Absolute chaos on that ramp, but he somehow comes out on top with a sliver of health. Lancer really needs to find an answer for his current 12-26 record today. And we're completely locked in at 8 apiece. It's a surprise to see the lower rated man pushing his luck this far. Zeth keeps his footing on that ramp to regain a slim lead. He's definitely feeling the impact of those recent losses today. Zeth is really starting to pile on the pressure here, and he's looking extremely comfortable playing from that ramp. He's on fire right now, simply refusing to let his opponent get back into the game. That was a quick reaction, and it keeps the comeback hopes alive for the underdog. Zeth still looks like the better man on paper today. Zeth gets the read and wins the duel from the ramp, putting him on the verge of victory. The gap in skill level between these two is really showing through. That was an effortless shot, and he's showing some real grit to stay in this. Lancer is really digging in to make this a series. Lancer is refusing to go down quietly, claiming another round from the ramp to keep this alive. Lancer is making a serious charge now. Absolutely unreal. He's completely flipped the script to force this into overtime. This level of tenacity is exactly why we're heading into the extra frames. Zeph shuts that door quickly, picking Lancer right off the ramp to take the lead. Lancer has put up an incredible fight, given the historical disadvantage. The pace is picking up, and Zeph is quickly widening the gap in this overtime stretch. Just another addition to that dominant 162-94 lifetime record. Lancer manages to outlast him from the ramp, showing some incredible resolve to stay in this fight. Lancer is proving he belongs in this high-stakes overtime fight. An absolute laser of a shot. He's now just a single round away from ending this. He's completely locked in for this final stretch. Lancer is refusing to let this slip away. He's really refusing to let this game go. Game over. Zeth secures the series with a crisp final shot from the ramp. He really fought through the mud on that one, but he just couldn't close out those final rounds in overtime. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the show. Zeth and Lancer are facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Zeth puts the pressure on early, using that ramp height to secure the first of the day. The favorite is starting exactly as expected. Lancer's really struggling to find an answer for Zeth's aggression right now. He's coming in red hot after a strong 7-game run. Zeth holds the high ground once more to put up a 3-0 lead. This is a dominant way to start after those 3 straight wins earlier. An absolute blur of a round, and he's completely locked in for the 4-0 lead. Zeth cleans him off the ramp to keep this flawless start going. Lancer has been fighting a rough slide in his last 10. Finally, Lancer manages to trade blows and secure his first victory of the set. Zeth leads the head-to-head career battle 163-94, and he's clearly extending that gap today. Lancer has historically been a tough puzzle for him to solve, but the current scoreline suggests Zeth has finally found the answer. Lancer is putting up a real fight here, shutting down that ramp play for another point. This looks like a complete reversal of those recent matchups they had. Whoa, he barely scrapes through that exchange to clear him off the window. That was a nail-biter, nearly went the other way. Zeth's pulling far ahead now, sitting comfortably at 8. The skill gap is really showing up in their play today. Zeth heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Honestly, it is shocking to see the perceived favorite struggling this much. Zeth looks far too comfortable with his aim today. Time to see if Lancer bounces back. A fierce clash of titans on the ramp, and Lancer manages to come out on top for that one. He's really fighting against the tide today with that 11-27 record. Ziv has been on an incredible run, securing 90% of his last 10 matches. It's clear that momentum is carrying over into this series. Lancer is trying to stem the tide, but he's fighting a very steep uphill battle right now. Zeth uses the elevation again to regain control, and that's a very fast exchange for the 11th round. Zeth is really punishing the lower rated player today. Zeth just wiped him off the ramp to put himself on the brink of victory. The gapping raw skill is becoming impossible to ignore. What a way to close it out. Zeth secures the victory with a clean shot to wrap things up. He's just on another level today, absolutely owning the server and not letting up for a second. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Lancer are ready to face off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Zeth enters this matchup with an impressive 8 win streak in his most recent 10 games. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into today's session. He already holds a significant head-to-head advantage over Lancer, so the pressure is firmly on the underdog to find some answers. Lancer is hanging tough, trailing Zeth by just 1. Zeth certainly looks like the more confident man today. Lancer tried to take the high ground, but Zeth was just too quick to clear him off the ramp. The rating gap is starting to show in these early stages. Zeth is just a hair ahead at 3-2. He really needed a strong start after those rough losses in their other meetings. Lancer claws back to tie this up at 3 apiece. Lancer is fighting back after some rough luck in their previous series. He's completely taken control of the server now, claiming his 3rd straight win. A huge turn of events for a player who has struggled lately. Zeth digs deep in a messy exchange to put the series back on level ground. The higher seed is finally starting to exert some control. Zeth is putting on a real clinic right now, just cleaning him right off that ramp. The gap in the rankings is proving hard to ignore. Absolute deadlock now as we hit a 5-5 stalemate. Lancer is really defying the odds in this series. Lancer edges ahead, holding a slim lead at 6-5. Lancer is fighting back from a rough 11-27 day so far. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, he's playing like the favorite right now. He managed to hold off the pressure from Zeth to keep this narrow advantage. Let's see if Zeth recovers now. Lancer is completely rewriting the script right now, taking a commanding 3-round lead. So yeah, he is managing to outplay a far more successful opponent today. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can find a way to break this momentum before the match slips away. He just needed a moment to find his footing, and that steady hand puts him right back in the mix. Lancer is still firmly in the driver's seat here. Lancer is putting on a masterclass, leading 9-6. Lancer is proving that the previous head-to-head results don't matter tonight. Lancer is staring down a huge 10-6 cushion. Zeth is really struggling to find his footing against him today. Zeth is keeping himself in this, refusing to let the lead slip any further. Lancer has definitely been the one controlling the pace today. That was an absolute brawl, but Zeth walks away from the carnage to keep his comeback rolling. He's definitely starting to push back after that shaky start. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving by a hair to take the round. A high-tension encounter that nearly went the other way. A crisp finish there from Lancer, and now he is just a single round away from the victory. A complete reversal of the expected outcome for this pairing. A desperate scramble that goes his way, keeping the dream alive. He's showing a lot of resilience in this second half push. Unbelievable. Lancer closes it out with a final burst to secure the victory. He really stepped up and shook the standings today, completely erasing that long losing streak. Zeth gave it everything, but he just couldn't close the gap. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeph and Lancer are stepping onto dunes to see who takes the match today. Lancer reacts quickly and shuts down the height advantage, putting Zeph on the defensive early. An interesting start for the underdog today. Zeph has an overwhelming lead in their lifetime head-to-head record. It's a massive disparity, yet Lancer has been a real thorn in his side during their most recent series. We're seeing if the veteran's edge will actually hold up today. We've hit a deadlock at 2-all for Zeth and Lancer. Lancer has definitely been fighting tougher battles in his games today. Lancer is putting on some serious pressure now, taking a firm grip on this early phase. The rated favorite is looking a bit shaky right now. Zeth clears the air with a sharp read, quickly picking Lancer off the box to bring things back to a draw. Zeth edges ahead, claiming a narrow 4-3 lead. Lancer has a tough time finding his footing after a 11-27 day. Total deadlock now as Lancer claws back to 4-4. The ladder puts Zeth higher, but it's barely showing right now. Lancer is really starting to build some momentum here, making it a 2-game skid for Zeth. Zeth has certainly looked more confident in their recent outings today. A complete stalemate now, with both at 5. Both of them have a really similar track record on this map. Unreal, Zeth barely survives that fight to bring the score to 6-5. A really strong day so far for him, picking up 24 wins. We're headed into the break with a 6-6 deadlock. Well, Lancer hasn't let his underdog status stop him from holding his own. Both players are playing with equal intensity as we flip sides. Let's see who takes the lead now. Zeph really knows how to use the height on this map, just taking over from that box. The higher rated side is starting to find some separation. Zeph is currently on a strong roll, holding a healthy 24-13 record over the last day. Honestly, he's clearly playing with way more confidence than Lancer right now, and that's translating into a really comfortable lead for the favorite. He's just not letting up, putting together a 4-round run to really push the advantage. He's simply too fast for him right now, claiming 5 straight. His higher ranking is really playing a part in this flow. Lancer manages to trade back around, putting a temporary halt to that surge. The lower rated side is still fighting to stay alive in this. Zeth finds the opening and shuts that down quickly to secure match point. Lancer's back is completely against the wall now. And that is it. A perfect closing shot to seal the deal for Zeth. He's just on another level today. Lancer put up a great fight early, but that superior precision really took over. Welcome to the arena. Zeth and Lancer are ready to face off to see who comes out on top. Zeth leads their all-time head-to-head battle with a strong 63% win rate. That historical gap has been appearing in their recent meetings as well. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can flip the script this time. Zeth is simply dominating with a 2-0 lead. The rating gap is definitely playing a role here. Lancer strikes back, though Zeth still holds the edge. Lancer is really fighting to overcome his rough 10-28 run today. The pace is picking up, but Zeth is just too sharp to let Lancer get any momentum. He's certainly leaning into that 25-13 record from the last day. Zeth just barely holds onto his slim lead. That was incredibly fast, practically an instant kill. Lancers clawed back for a dead heat at 3 apiece. The underdog is really putting the pressure on now. He's completely turned the tide, taking full control of the server now. It's a complete reversal from their last set on Dunes. Zeth answers back immediately, shutting that run down to keep things level. He's definitely fighting to prove that rating difference right now. Lancer just edged ahead to take a narrow 5-4 lead. Lancer looks really comfortable despite the ranking difference. Lancer is currently riding high with a positive win percentage in his last 10 matches. Well, that stands in stark contrast to his usual struggles today. It'll be interesting to see if he can push this lead even further. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how the analysts predicted the first half would go. Zeth is definitely feeling the heat now that his opponent has found some stability. Let's see if Zeth wakes up. Lancer still has a 1-round cushion over Zeth. He managed to scrape that one out with a tiny bit of health left. His recent 10 matches show he's been on fire lately. Zeth uses that height advantage to secure another win, putting the pressure back on Lancer. That massive experience gap is evident with Lancer's thousands of matches played. Zeth claims another effortless victory from the box, pushing his current run to 3 straight. Lancer finds the opening and puts a stop to that momentum, leveling the series. Total deadlock now as they head into the final stretch. Zeth regains a single round advantage as we hit round 17. It's a huge contrast to the struggles he faced earlier today. Lancer manages to secure another round for himself, capitalizing on that high ground to keep things locked up. Both of them are effectively fighting from a neutral ground right now. Lancer barely holds the lead at 10-9. He's certainly showing a lot of resilience today. Lancer is completely in charge now, securing his 3rd consecutive point to tighten his grip on the series. It's wild to see the higher rated player struggling this much. Zeth steps back into the fray with a clean shot to narrow the gap. Lancer is fighting hard to shake off that dismal 10% run. Zeth is absolutely tearing through these final moments, utilizing the high ground to put himself in a prime spot. Unbelievable, he claws his way back from the brink to secure a massive 12-11 lead. That was a scramble, but he barely survived that exchange. Lancer responds with a precise shot, forcing this battle into overtime. Lancer has a decent 46% history on this particular map. Zeth is really putting the squeeze on here, putting himself just one step away from claiming the win. His performance today is finally mirroring those head-to-head numbers. Lancer has really dug in his heels to force this game into a complete stalemate. Lancer just refuses to let this match end on any other note. Holy cow, what a scrap! Lancer somehow manages to walk away from that carnage with barely anything left in the tank. Absolute nails to the finish for that one. What a turnaround! He's now completely in control, sitting just 1 point away from victory. Total shift in the atmosphere as Lancer seizes the initiative. Game over, Lancer closes out the series in spectacular fashion. He truly defied all the odds to pull this one off in overtime. Zeth just couldn't find an answer for those rapid shots. He really earned that victory. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Zeth and Lancer facing off today to see who comes out on top. Zeth looks sharp, starting us off, capitalizing on that height advantage from the ramp to secure the first. Zeth has dominated this matchup long term, winning over 60% of their historical encounters. That massive advantage is showing up today. It seems Lancer is really struggling to find an answer for the pressure right now. What a scrap! Zeth barely scrapes through that fight on the ramp with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer has really been struggling to find a way through today. Zeth is just running away with this 4-1 lead. He's certainly making the most of his recent form today. He continues to hold a stranglehold on this match, securing another victory from the ramp. Lancer is really feeling the weight of that 11:28 record from today. Lancer manages to put a stop to the run, picking his opponent off the ramp. Lancer quickly drops him off the ramp to keep this momentum shifting. The gap in the standings is starting to feel a lot smaller. Zeth puts an immediate halt to that mini rally by locking it down from the window. He's really making that rating gap felt right now. Lancer shows some serious grit here, refusing to let the lead slide further away. Seth is definitely feeling the pressure from the underdog right now. That was an absolute blur of a round. Zeth just completely out-dueled him in that head-to-head clash. Zeth takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the betting community really leaned toward Lancer here, but Zeth is proving the doubters wrong. He is just way too sharp right now. Fresh start for Lancer now. Lancer's really fighting an uphill battle now, as Zeth just secures another fast win right there on the ramp. Zeth is playing at an incredible level right now, having put up a 25-13 record across his games today. It's an impressive run of form that should be making him the clear favorite to close this out quickly. Seth is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. He's managing to outclass Lancer despite a recent loss to him. Zeth is putting on a real display of speed here. Those reaction times are just frightening. A gorgeous read by Zeth to pluck Lancer right off that box, putting him just one round away from victory. He's certainly leaning into his role as the favorite today. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door completely to claim the victory. He's really continuing to tear through the bracket today, and Lancer just couldn't keep up with that pace. welcome to Orange. We've got Zeth and Lancer stepping up to see who can take the series today. Zeth enters this duel with a strong 166-96 head-to-head lead over Lancer. You know, it's a huge statistical advantage that seems to be playing into his hands early on. We'll see if Lancer can shake that mental weight as the match progresses. Zeth is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is trading blows perfectly with him. We've got a total dead heat going on right now. Lancer is putting up a real fight despite a tough run today. Lancer has surged ahead to a tight 3-2 lead. Lancer is really flipping the script on his usual results today. He's completely shifted the energy of this game, taking down his opponent without taking a single point of damage. Absolutely crushing it right now. Lancer keeps the streak rolling to 4 straight. He's really making his mark today, despite the ladder gap. Lancer is simply taking over, moving his tally to 6 with another clean finish. A surprising shift from how things went on Fast 8 earlier. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, securing his 6th straight round to stretch the lead. His current form is vastly different from that 20% recent run. Finally, Zeth gets a round back to stop the onslaught. He's clearly leaning on his superior ladder rating to find some footing. Lancer has a win rate of only 20% in his last 10 games, and honestly, it looks like he's completely forgotten that struggle today. He is playing like a man possessed right now. Lancer holds a strong 9-3 lead coming into the break. Honestly, this is exactly how the pre-match analysis predicted the first half would play out. He's completely in charge right now. Zeth needs a huge wake-up call. Lancer is just cruising with a massive 10-3 cushion. He's putting his poor record from the last day behind him. Lancer still looks dominant at 10-4. He's keeping the momentum from that 13-6 win on Fast Aim. Zeth can't seem to string 2 rounds together lately. Lancer is just refusing to let him get any traction. A chaotic exchange ends in his favor, putting him just 1 step away from victory. Zeth is really struggling to find any answers today. Unreal, he barely clings to life in a frantic firefight to delay the end. He's refusing to go down easily, begging another one to stay in this. The momentum is finally swinging back his way. He is on fire now, securing his 3rd straight round to keep the dream alive. The top tier skill level is finally starting to show here. What a performance! Lancer secures the final round and takes the entire series. He's really shaking off that rough start to the day and looks far more confident than he did an hour ago. Welcome to Redline. We've got Zeth and Lancer stepping up for this duel. Let's see who takes the win. Zeth used the elevation to his advantage there, getting the early look from the ramp. Zeth seems ready to make good on that favorite status. Lancer manages to outduel him right there on the ramp to even things up. He's really trying to bridge that rating gap early on. Zeth has a massive edge in their overall history with a 63% win rate. It's clearly not translating to the server right now. Lancer is putting on an impressive display by outplaying the higher rated player in these opening exchanges. Lancer is just one step ahead at 3-2. Lancer has been on the wrong end of most of his games today. Lancer is just refusing to let him breathe, continuing this run with another clean win. He's clearly having a tough afternoon with those 10 wins across 29 matches. Lancer is firmly in control, leading 4-3. Lancer has been struggling today, and it's starting to show. Lancer's really stretching this lead to a 5-3 cushion. His recent record in this series is starting to look much more promising. Lancer just wins a battle for the ramp and continues to build a really comfortable lead. Zeth usually controls this series, but not today. Zeth holds the high ground on the boxes to put up a strong fight here. He's finally getting some momentum back into this series. Zeth has been in great form recently with a 26-12 record over the last day. It's a shame that confidence isn't showing up in the current score. He's really struggling to pull this match back to a neutral ground. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, the favorite is playing exactly how we expected him to so far. Zeth will need to tighten up if he wants to close this gap. Time to see how they react. Unbelievable grit from Zeth. He barely clings to life with a massive round. Absolute ice in his veins to come out on top. Lancer quickly regains the upper hand, taking control from the ramp to put the pressure right back on Zeth. He's certainly putting on a fighting performance against a higher ranked opponent. What a fight! Zeth digs deep to survive that scrap on the ramp and keeps his comeback alive. He's definitely finding a way to survive these close encounters. He catches the opponent coming off the ramp and levels the playing field. A complete reset of the map as we head into the final stretch. Zeth is simply refusing to stop, securing his third consecutive point in this fierce rally. Lancer quickly shuts that down, bringing the series back to a dead heat. Both of them are completely equal on the map now. Lancer holds a thin edge as we hit round 19. It's become a real battle of nerves for the lower ranked player. Lancer survives a desperate brawl to secure a third straight victory, barely edging out the fight. Lancer has definitely turned the tide since their last meeting on Blame Orange. Another flawless exchange for Lancer, putting him just one round away from victory. A complete reversal from what the bracket predicted. Zeth claws back another round, proving he isn't ready to go down without a fight. The gap in their ladder standings is finally starting to close. Zeth continues his charge, utilizing the ramp to keep his hopes alive in this series. He's really fighting to make the most of his superior placement in the rankings. Zeth takes a clean victory over the ramp to force this game into overtime. A sudden shift in energy as we head into the extra frames. absolutely breathtaking. Lancer barely survives a grueling slugfest to climb back into the lead. A nerve-wracking sequence that almost ended in a completely different result. Lancer is starting to build some serious momentum here, putting an end to the parity we saw just a few rounds ago. He's looking incredibly sharp right now. Zeth answers right back with a crisp shot to keep this overtime battle alive. He's keeping this series incredibly tight. Zeth secures the high ground on the ramp to push this lockdown battle to a total deadlock. The momentum has shifted entirely back to the highest seeded player. A total shutdown by Lancer, leaving Zeth with no answer and putting the match point in his hands. What a finish! Lancer closes out the series and secures the victory. He just couldn't find the closing shot in overtime. To pull that off after everything we've seen today is just wild. He really earned this one. Welcome to Berserk League. We have Zeth and Lancer going head-to-head today on Dunes to see who comes out on top. Zeth gets the jump on him from the box to draw first blood. Expectations are meeting reality for the higher rated side right now. Zeth has a dominant head-to-head record with 166 wins over Lancer across their history. It's a stark contrast to how this particular set is starting. Lancer is really trying to flip the script and prove that those historical numbers don't matter today. Everything is completely reset now, we're all squared up. Zeth is certainly enjoying a better run of form overall today. The tempo is really picking up and we're seeing some lightning fast engagements early on. A nice response after struggling in their previous two sets. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that fight, clutching it out by a thread. He's looking much more comfortable than in his last couple of series. Absolute chaos in the trade. He barely clings to the round, securing a huge lead after a grueling fight. Lancer struggling to maintain the pace he had in those early aim maps. Another one in the books. Zeth is putting on a real clinic right now. Lancer finds a quick opening to knock him off the box. He's definitely fighting back after those earlier losses today. Lancer holds the high ground on the box, securing another round for himself. Zeth has been on fire today with a 25-13 record over the last 24 hours. I mean, he's showing a level of consistency that Lancer just hasn't been able to match lately. He really looks like he's found the answer to Lancer's style in this one. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is fully capitalizing on that momentum from his 4-round run. Lancer entered this as the favorite, but Zeth is currently the one dictating the pace. Zeth uses that vertical advantage to secure another point, and the pressure is really mounting for Lancer now. Lancer keeps pushing back, showing real grit to tighten this gap. The underdog is refusing to go quietly tonight. Unreal, both players were nearly empty, but he manages to secure this incredibly tight exchange. He is certainly starting to find the openings needed to swing this. Zeth survives by the absolute skin of his teeth after an intense battle from the box. Both players are completely drained after that exchange. Lancer is showing some serious toughness here, shutting that down completely to keep his hopes alive. He's digging in deep, winning a wild firefight to bring this whole series level. He's completely flipping the narrative of this series on his head. He just completely dismantled that play, making light work of his opponent to take a slim lead. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. He secures a huge advantage from the box, moving his tally to 11. He clawed his way through that brutal fight to move just one round away from victory. The pressure is really getting to the higher ranked player right now. Zeth continues to push back, using the box to secure another clean point. A much needed breathing room for the favorite. Incredible grit from Zeth to claw back yet again, barely surviving that grueling exchange. The tension is palpable as Zeth keeps his hopes alive. What a turnaround! He just forced this thing into overtime after a stunning run of rounds. Absolute ice in his veins to force a tiebreaker. Lancer simply refuses to break, pulling ahead by a single round in this overtime thriller. Lancer is certainly making his mark as a dangerous underdog today. The resilience is incredible as Zeth wins another high-stakes battle between the boxes to stay in this. Lancer is absolutely refusing to fade, shutting that exchange down with a completely clean shot. That was a textbook peek to regain control. Absolutely staggering. Zeth digs deep to survive with almost nothing left, keeping the tie alive. He is just refusing to stay down today. Lancer edges out the exchange and puts himself on the verge of victory. It's just a fight to see who can keep their nerves steady. He answers back immediately to level the score, putting himself just one round away from victory. Zeth holds a slim lead at 16-15 right now. We are deadlock at 16, all total gridlock. Zeth moves ahead by 1 with a lead of 17-16. The favorite is refusing to let this slip away. Lancer strikes back, leaving both Titans deadlocked at 17. The momentum is swinging wildly as we enter the deep end. Zeth claws back the advantage and leads 18-17. It's a true war of attrition between these two. And just like that, Lancer forces another deadlock at 18-all. The lower seed is playing exactly how we hoped he would. Zeth regains the upper hand, edging ahead 19-18. Zeth pulls ahead to 2018, firmly in the driver's seat. That's the confidence of a top-seeded player talking. Lancer claws back to 19, keeping this fight alive. He's really digging in to defy the odds. A total stalemate. Lancer has dragged this to 2020. Pure madness. Neither side is giving an inch in this battle. Zeth sneaks into the lead with a 21-20 advantage. That was an absolute nail-biter of a duel. Zeth is firmly in control now, extending the lead to 22-20. He really lived on the edge today, coming through those low health scrapes just enough to seal the deal. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the arena. Zeth and Lancer are stepping up for this duel to see who takes the win. Lancer doesn't let him stay safe up there, quickly clearing that box to take the early lead. Zeth is usually the dominant side in this matchup with a 63% win rate over Lancer. It's a surprising start considering he's also the higher rated player on the ladder today. I'm wondering if this slow start is just a fluke or if we're seeing a shift in their dynamic. Lancer is really feeling the heat now that Zeth has completely flipped the script on this series. Lancer is definitely feeling those 28 losses from the last day. That was a tense stand, but he manages to secure his third straight round without taking a single point of damage. A much cleaner showing than his recent outings against the field. Absolutely crushing it. He's now taken 4 straight to put a firm grip on this map. Lancer manages to pick him off the Tetris, narrowing the gap to 1. Just a quick reminder that his opponent has a decent track record here. Zeth used that high ground perfectly to get the advantage back in his favor. Zeth holds a slim 1-round lead heading into this. Just another quick recovery after his tough morning. Zeth is showing far more confidence today, putting up a 26-13 record over the last day. It's a massive contrast to the struggle Lancer has had with his recent form. This momentum is starting to look like a real problem for the underdog. Zeth takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he is really making the most of his underdog status right now. We might be witnessing a full-scale upset if he keeps this pressure up. Lancer needs to find a spark. Zeth is just running away with it at 9-4. Zeth is just refusing to let up now. That was lightning fast, barely a second of action. Lancer puts a stop to that momentum and manages to knock Zeth right off that box. Lancer is fighting hard to keep this within reach. Lancer is really finding his footing, managing to peel Zeth off that high perch to keep things competitive. Another flawless execution here as he continues to claw back into this series. His confidence is peaking after that strong showing against Solis today. Unbelievable. He just can't be stopped right now as this streak reaches 4. He's really turning the tables against the pre-match favorite. What a scramble. Zeth barely survives that exchange with a sliver of health to stop the run. Zeth is just completely shutting the door on this one, using that ramp a long way to secure another one. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange, moving one step closer to victory. Just a complete heartstopper for anyone watching that health bar. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with a rapid burst to secure the victory. Lancer really put up a fight for a while there, but he just couldn't keep that late surge going. Welcome everyone, Zeth and Lancer are facing off right now on fast aim to see who takes the win. Zeth holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, owning over 60% of their past matchups. It's a bit surprising to see him starting slow here, given the confidence he usually has against Lancer. He'll need to find his footing quickly if he wants to keep this trend going. Lancer is heating up, putting him up 2-1. He definitely knows how to get his rounds back against the lower ranked side. Lancer is capitalizing on every mistake, quickly shutting down Zeth's attempt to play from the ramp. Lancer is just playing a different game right now, claiming that ramp position for another fast win. Zeth is showing some real grit now, coming through untouched to close the gap. He's starting to push back toward that expected dominance. A precise shot from the ramp keeps him rolling, narrowing the gap to just 1. The higher seeded player is finally starting to flex those muscles. Unbelievable! He secures another kill from the ramp to bring the series level. He's finally starting to play like the favored side of this pair. What a surge! He's completely flipped the script and now holds the lead. Lancer's momentum just evaporated in a heartbeat. A quick response from Lancer, bringing the score back to a deadlock. The lower rated competitor is really hanging in there today. Both players traded heavy damage, but Zeth barely managed to scrape through to take the lead. That was a frantic exchange, but he survived with a sliver of health. We're headed into the break with Zeth leading 7-5. I mean, the underdog is really putting pressure on the favorite right now. Zeth used a 4-round run to seize the advantage and he looks very comfortable. Let's see if Lancer finds his rhythm. Lancer fights back hard to trail by just 1. Both players are practically on equal footing here. What a scramble! He somehow claws out of that carnage with barely any health left to his name. Pure nerves of steel to hold on to that thin health pool. Zeth barely holds onto his 8-7 edge right now. Lancer is desperately needing this turn of tide after a tough day. Lancer is on fire right now, easily picking Zeth off the bricks to seize the momentum. The momentum is swinging despite Zeth having a much better day so far. Zeth is staying composed, ending that encounter effortlessly to reclaim the lead. That was a quick reset to stop Lancer's push. Lancer keeps his cool and shuts Zeth down from the ramp to force a tie. It's a battle of attrition today given how many games both played. Lancer edges ahead by a single round now. He's really turning things around after a brutal 11-29 run today. Just an instant reaction there, extending his current streak to 3. Lancer is absolutely unstoppable right now, clearing Zeth off the ramp to reach match point. Absolute shutdown of everything Zeth tried to put up. Unreal. He closes out the series with a perfect final shot to take the victory. He really fought back to erase that history. I didn't think he could pull it off against someone so dominant. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Zeth and Lancer facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Zeth really owns this specific matchup with a 63% win rate over the long haul. It's interesting that despite that, Lancer usually enters these games as the slight favorite. We'll see if the historical pattern holds up here. Lancer had a tough 12-28 run over the last day. We'll take a quick breather, but stay tuned as we return to Italy shortly. And we are back on Italy with Zeth holding a commanding 2-0 lead over Lancer. Zeth is feeling strong, managing a narrow 2-1 edge. The higher rated player will need to tighten up after that start. These matches are moving at a breakneck pace with almost every duel ending in a flash. Zeth is absolutely dominating with a 4-1 lead. He's really putting that 26-13 daily record to work. Lancer answers back immediately with a lightning-fast flick to keep this contest alive. Lancer is refusing to back down, managing to clear him off the wine for another point. A real test of nerves for the heavier favorite here. Zeth is currently leaning on a strong 26-13 record over the last day. It's giving him a clear psychological edge as he tries to distance himself from Lancer in this series. He definitely looks composed right now. Zeth is really putting on a clinic, securing his 3rd straight point. Absolute chaos in the server. He just won't let up with this 4-game tier. Lancer earns a quick point here, tightening things up before the side switch. A huge effort needed to avoid a blowout here. Zeth takes an 8-5 lead into the break. I mean, the expected script is totally flipped here. Lancer is struggling to keep pace despite his map experience, and he needs a strong response after that half. Lancer needs a spark now. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-5. Lancer is certainly having a tougher day compared to his opponent. Lancer claws one back, trailing by 3 now. A tighter contest than what we saw in the recent head-to-head matches. Lancer manages to secure another point from the wine, keeping his hope alive. The momentum is shifting back to the underdog. Zeth maintains a solid 3-point buffer at 10-7. The higher seed is reclaiming control after that brief slip. Lancer is showing some serious grit here, continuing to chip away at the lead. He's really trying to defy those pre-match expectations right now. Zeth is really hammering the advantage here, keeping the pressure high and refusing to let Lancer find any stability. Lancer manages another quick burst to keep his rally going. Lancer just barely survived that slugfest to bring the score within 1. Lancer is playing with a completely different energy now. Incredible! He's completely erased that deficit to bring the series level. What an unbelievable sequence to force a complete deadlock. Zeth shuts down that comeback attempt, instantly moving himself to match point. What a finish! Zed secures the final kill to take the victory. Absolutely incredible. He closes out the set in style to secure the map. Lancer really pushed it to the brink with that late surge, but he just couldn't find that last bit of luck. He fought hard. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on red line today for a clash between Lancer and Zeth. Let's see if the favorite can hold their ground. Lancer is looking sharp right out of the gate, using that ramp advantage to secure the early lead. A fierce scramble on the ramp, and Zeth comes out on top to tie these things up. Zeth definitely has the historical edge over his opponent. Absolutely wild. Lancer barely claws out the victory here, shaking him off the ramp with almost nothing left in the tank. It's definitely a tough start for the favorite. Lancer is putting together a strong sequence after claiming 2 of the last 3 matchups. Between these two, it's a surprising turn, since Zeth has been the much more consistent winner historically. We'll see if he can maintain that momentum. Unreal, both players were practically depleted, but he manages to survive and extended the lead. He's definitely not playing like a rank 36 right now. Zeth is showing some real fight, shutting him down instantly to keep the pressure on. Lancer is cruising along with a commanding 5-2 lead. Zeth is definitely having a tougher day with the mouse so far. Lancer is really taking control here, comfortably knocking Zeth down from the Tetris. Hard to believe how well he's converting today. Lancer is just dominating, sitting pretty at 6-3. Zeth is refusing to go away, putting on a great show of resilience to narrow the gap. The experience advantage is starting to show in these crucial exchanges. Lancer puts a stop to that momentum shift, catching Zeth while he was still holding that ramp. Hard to see him struggling so much given the favorite status. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly how we expected for a favorite today. He'll want to keep this pace up to secure the win. Fresh start for Zeth now. Zeth just can't find an answer for the pressure, as Lancer puts together a real string of wins here. He's definitely making his mark despite being the lower rated player here. Zeth claims his space on the boxes and keeps this series interesting. Lancer really makes a statement here, shutting Zeth down from the ramp with a quick burst. A tough run for the higher seed tonight. Lancer is really putting on a clinic, just flicking right up to Zeth on the Tetris. Zeth has definitely looked sharper over his total games today. Lancer has the lead, but Zeth is making it a fight by holding his own in those ramp battles. Zeth is certainly leaning on his superior overall ladder standing here. Lancer is just one step away from victory after that effortless exchange. It's been a bit of a nightmare for the higher seeded player. That was a much needed clean exchange to stop the bleeding. He knows he has the skill to close this out. What a finish! He barely survives that chaos to close out the series. He just won't let the pressure get to him today, taking over the series in a really convincing way. Tough loss for Zeth. Zeth holds a significant historical edge with 168 wins over his opponent. It's really interesting because Lancer has actually managed to take the last few matches between them. He'll need to keep that momentum going if he wants to shake off this current slump. Zeth is simply too fast right now, taking an early command of the series. His higher seed in our rating is showing early on. He's simply untouchable right now, cruising to a 4-0 start. The odds for this one were pretty clear from the jump. He's just totally in control right now, moving to 5-0. A stark contrast to how Lancer looked in their most recent encounters. Finally, a breakthrough for Lancer, who manages to secure his first round of the game. Zeth's recent 26-14 run today has him feeling sharp. Lancer is fighting back hard, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold the ramp. This feels exactly like those close bouts they've had recently. He's simply on fire, taking 3 in a row to claw his way back into this. This is a huge swing in confidence for Lancer. A messy exchange there, but Zeth managed to come out on top. A tough time for Lancer, who has played 41 games today. That was effortless. Lancer manages to pick up another, refusing to let the deficit weigh him down. He's truly refusing to go away, cutting the gap to just 1 round. He's proving that the pre-match odds weren't the whole story. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what the analysts projected. Both players are playing to their level here on Orange. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer takes the lead for the first time in the match, showing some serious grit here. He's completely flipping the script on this series. Zeth manages to hold that ramp position to shut down Lancer's run, bringing us right back to a dead heat. His overall 62% head-to-head success rate is starting to weigh in. What a turnaround! He's absolutely refusing to buckle, carving out a lead for himself. The lower seed is really putting on a show today. Lancer holds the line, and we are all squared up at 8 apiece. A total reset on the board for both of them. Zeth claws back the advantage, leading 9-8. A sharp read there, shutting down any hope of a runaway lead. A strong showing from the higher ranked player in this matchup. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he barely scrapes through with his life to tie this thing up. Another flawless exchange and he's now firmly in the driver's seat. Zeth is really struggling to close things out this afternoon. Both of them were hurt, but Lancer managed to land the final shot to keep this roll going, shattering any remaining confidence for the higher seed right now. He's just completely taken over this server, putting himself on the verge of victory. Zeth quickly finds his mark to stop the run, refusing to just let this match slip away. A much cleaner exchange to get back into the game. Unbelievable, after trailing by 5, Lancer closes this out to secure the series. He's just completely owning this rivalry right now, proving that the gap in the rankings doesn't mean a thing today. What a fight! Welcome everyone. We've got a great matchup today on Mappas as Lancer takes on Zeth in this 1v1 duel. Zeth has an impressive historical edge, winning 62% of their career encounters. It's interesting because Lancer actually dominated their most recent series. Now the question is whether Lancer can flip the script for a second time today. Zeth holds a slim 2-1 lead right now. He's definitely trying to get back into his recent flow. Lancer has completely erased that early deficit and now holds all the momentum. The higher ranked player is definitely feeling the pressure now. Zeth keeps the edge with a tight 3-2 lead. Zeth is certainly making the most of his superior rating today. What a scramble! Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to scrape through with the win. His current 25-15 record today reflects this commanding form. Zeth keeps his nose ahead at 4-3. He is definitely playing with a lot more confidence than in those previous map losses. Zeth is currently on a high and has a solid 25-15 record over the last day. It's a sharp contrast to his recent struggles and the losing streaks we've seen him fight through. If he can keep this pace, he might put this one out of reach early. Zeth is really pulling away now, leading 6-3. Lancer is definitely feeling those recent head-to-head losses slipping away. A completely untouched shot there as he continues to close the gap. Lancer is proving he belongs in this tier of competition. Zeth's command is growing with a strong 7-4 lead. He's certainly validating that higher spot on the ladder. Zeth leads 7-5 heading into the break. Honestly, Lancer is struggling to fight back despite coming in as the favorite. Zeth is leaning on his higher rating to keep a steady grip on the match. Time to see how they adapt. Unreal. Lancer survives a chaotic firefight from the ramp to narrow the gap. His nerves are clearly holding up in these high-stakes moments. Lancer survives another heavy exchange to completely even out the score. A total flip of expectations from where we started this match. Just a blink of an eye and Lancer takes another, moving firmly into the lead. Zeth answers back immediately, bringing the series back to a dead heat. This feels a lot like a toss-up now. Zeth regains a one-round advantage, holding on at 9-8. It's a bit of a bounce back for the higher seed. Zeth shuts the door on that comeback attempt and extends his lead to 10. He's really shaking off that recent string of losses today. Zeth is simply outclassing him right now, extending his current surge to 4 straight rounds. He's certainly leaning into that head-to-head advantage we've seen historically. A complete shutout for Zeth, and he is now just a single round away from victory. Lancer is just completely stripped of any momentum now. What a finish! Zeth clings to life with barely anything left to seal the series victory. The momentum shift in the middle of that set was absolutely wild. He really had to dig deep to claw that back. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Italy for this match between Lancer and Zed. Let's see who comes out on top. Zed has historically dominated this rivalry with a 62% win rate over the long term. It's a surprising contrast to how Lancer has consistently outperformed him in a few of their more recent clashes. We'll see if Lancer can flip the script tonight. Lancer's holding a tight lead as we head back. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. We are right back to a deadlock. Both players have been completely equal so far. He's certainly leaning into that superior head-to-head record. Zeth looks really comfortable right now, using that high ground on the wine to take control. Lancer's strong start is completely gone as Zeth takes full control of the map. He's simply untouchable right now, extending the streak to 4 straight. He's looking much stronger than his recent 40% win rate suggests. He's just not letting up, putting together 5 straight wins to firmly grip the lead. The favorite is simply putting on a show right now. A quick response here as Lancer takes Zeth right off the wine. A huge confidence boost for the underdog right there. Zeth has looked quite strong lately with 25 wins over the last day. He's capitalizing on that momentum to put Lancer on the defensive. It'll be tough for the underdog to claw back if Zeth keeps playing with this much poise. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a total reversal of the pre-match script. Lancer had the map advantage, but he's struggling to find any answers right now. Time for a total reset. Zeth is just cruising along with a 9-4 lead. He just absolutely deleted him in that exchange. Zeth is just run away now, with a commanding 10-4 lead. The gap in their current form is becoming very apparent. Lancer is fighting to stay in the game, but he really needs to string a few of these together. Zeth just shuts that down quickly, catching Lancer right as he tried to hold that wine position. And just like that, he's back in control. One more round for the victory. He's proving why he entered this set as the heavy favorite. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Lancer definitely had the map experience on his side here, but he just couldn't find an answer for that level of precision. Welcome to Redline. Lancer and Zeph are stepping up for this duel to see who can claim the victory. Lancer claimed that early advantage by taking control of the ramp for the first round. A solid start for the underdog in this series. Zeth answers back immediately, using that high ground on the ramp to equalize the score. Both of these players have a surprisingly similar track record on this layout. Zeph is really putting the pressure on here, moving into the lead with those quick kills from the ramp. A very consistent start for the favorite today. A fierce clash on the ramp ends in his favor, extending the streak to 3. It's been a rough day for the opposition, dropping 2 matches already. Lancer manages to come out on top in another ramp battle. Zeth has typically dominated this head-to-head history.
Lancer has fought back to make it a dead heat.
He's really shaking off that tough loss from earlier today. Zeth holds a narrow edge as we hit round 7. Zeth is definitely playing his way back into form today. Zeth has completely controlled the head-to-head history between these two, with a massive lead. And that overall dominance is which is making this specific match feel like just another day at the office for him. Lancer needs to find some answers fast if he wants to avoid another rout. Zeph just completely shut that door, utilizing the ramp to pull ahead by 4. He is certainly making the most of his rank advantage here. He is simply untouchable right now, continuing this heater with a perfect headshot. He's mirroring the dominance shown in those previous games today. Zeth takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is completely stealing the spotlight here. That 6-round streak has put Lancer in a deep hole. Time to shake it off. Zeth is absolutely cruising with a 10-3 lead. The rating gap is really starting to show its teeth. Zeth is just Habuyui and takes it again from the ramp, really putting a stranglehold on this game. He just completely takes over the game, putting him 1 point away from the finish. The pressure is just too much for his opponent to handle. A gritty exchange here, but Lancer manages to secure the trade and keep himself in the game. Lancer really dug deep for that one. He manages to hold his ground and secures the second straight round to keep the dream alive. Lancer is refusing to go quietly in this series. Unbelievable. He manages to outlast Zeth from the ramp for a 3rd consecutive victory. What a way to close it out. Zeth secures the final blow to claim the victory. He's absolutely on a tear today, picking up another win in this head-to-head series. Welcome everyone, we have Lancer and Zeth ready to face off on the arena to see who comes out on top. Zeth really has the upper hand here, leading their head-to-head history 171 to 102. It's clear that the mental edge is leaning in his favor after sweeping their last 3 encounters. Lancer has a lot of ground to make up if he wants to flip the script on this one. Lancer is surprisingly dominant right now with a 2-1 lead. He's really shaking off those recent losses today. We've got a dead heat on our hands with both players refusing to let the other break away. The higher rated player is quickly finding his feet here. Unbelievable. Lancer barely scrapes through this one after outlasting him on the box. Zeth has definitely been the stronger player in their previous meetings. Absolute insanity. He barely hangs on with a single point of health to level the score. Lancer pulls ahead again to claim a 1-round lead. It's a tough day for the lower rated player, but he's proving it's possible. Zeth just showed a lot of composure by holding that high ground to secure the round. He's coming into this match with a strong 26-15 record today. Lancer is just too sharp right now, quickly shutting Zeth down as he tried to play the ramp. We are completely tied up at 5 apiece now. His current form seems to be carrying over into this duel. Zeth is really taking control now, using that elevated spot to put a serious dent in Lancer's momentum. A solid performance overall from the rank 30 seed today. Zeth goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he is really validating that underdog status by putting the pressure on. Lancer looks shaky and that 3-round skid for him was a tough blow. Zeth is on an absolute tear right now, putting together a focused string of rounds to widen the gap. It's a complete reversal from Lancer's luck today, and you can see how those earlier losses are starting to weigh on him. Lancer is refusing to back down, taking another clean round to pull closer in the count. This is a far cry from how their last match ended. Zeth still holds a slim 2-round advantage. He's played significantly fewer games than his opponent on this map. Zeth is really moving quickly now, easily pulling Lancer off the heaven to stretch that lead. He's certainly making the most of his experience on the map. A cautious engagement here, but he eventually closes the distance and secures the point. He looks much more comfortable now than he did in the first few rounds. He's showing a lot of grit now, cutting that lead down to a single round. It's a tight scrap, regardless of how this was supposed to go. That was lightning fast. Zeth is really tightening the screws on this match. That was a total slugfest, but he manages to outlast his opponent and keeps this rally going. Lancer is really shaking his head and fighting the odds here. He's completely erased that deficit, bringing us back to a dead-even score. It's a complete flip of the script from how this started. He's totally in control now, moving just one step away from victory. What a result! Zeth manages to secure that huge play from the Tetris, forcing this match into overtime. total chaos as they head into the extra frames. Lancer is starting to look really vulnerable here, struggling to find any answers for Zed's current run. His current win rate today is nearly double that of his opponent. He keeps his composure in a long standoff and walks away completely unscathed. It's becoming quite a nightmare for the 46th seed here. A huge reset for the momentum right here. He's showing he can hang with the favorite when it counts. A brutal exchange of fire, but he manages to survive and secure the point. He's really refusing to let the game slip away. What a response. Lancer just cleared him right off that box to keep the dream alive. This is certainly not the result anyone expected at the start. Lancer is on fire, storming back to tie this whole thing up at 15 all. Lancer is proving to be a massive thorn in his side today. Lancer surges ahead, taking a commanding one-round lead. Lancer is pulling away with a 2-round cushion now. This is an incredible turnaround considering the gap in their rankings. Lancer has a narrow edge now, sitting at 17-16. Exactly the kind of response you expect from a top 30 player. Lancer keeps climbing, now leading by a pair of rounds. The pressure is clearly mounting for Zed to find a way back. Lancer's really stretching out his lead to a 19-16 advantage. He's finally broken that losing streak against him, and he did it in the most grueling way possible. That's a massive mental victory right there. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Zef are facing off on Mappas to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zef has a strong historical lead in this rivalry with 171 wins in their head-to-head history. But Lancer is coming off a victory in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can flip the script entirely tonight. We're taking a quick timeout, but we'll be right back to Mappas with more action. And we are back in the action on Mappas, with things deadlocked at 1-all. Lancer edges ahead, now holding a slim lead. Zeth definitely has the more successful day so far with his recent results. Lancer is really putting a lot of pressure on Zeth to find an answer quickly. Zeth has usually held the upper hand in their longer encounters. Lancer is currently one step ahead at 3-2. He's definitely been more active on the server over the last day. Lancer is cruising right now, leading 4-2. Zeth is certainly the more consistent player over the last day. Lancer is currently managing a 5-2 lead, but he's fighting a tough uphill battle with a 14-28 record in the last day. Well, Zeth's overall day has been far more successful, which makes this particular lead quite impressive. A tight battle, but he manages to pull through for another win. Zeth is definitely feeling the weight of that 26-15 day now. Absolutely untouchable. He's just completely taken over this game. He's really challenging the higher rank here. Unreal! He barely survives a total firefight to keep this streak alive. His opponent is usually the one controlling the tempo in this series. What a nail beater! He barely scrapes through with a sliver of health remaining. Zeth usually has the better track record on this particular surface. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, it's a very standard start for the favorite today. He looks sharp and is making the most of his momentum right now. Time to shake it off and restart. Lancer is now commanding a 3-round advantage. The higher rated player is starting to make his mark. Lancer is simply dominating with a huge 9-5 lead. He's really fighting through the rating gap today. Zeth holds the high ground and secures that round to keep things interesting. A quick response from the boxes to reclaim the pace. Lancer is just running away with this at 10-6. His current form is contrasting heavily with the historical numbers here. Lancer is just relentless right now, refusing to let Zeth get any breathing room. An interesting shift, given that Zeth historically manages more wins here. Absolute composure from Lancer, who completely shut down that exchange to secure the final round needed for victory. Just a complete shutdown of any comeback attempt. Zeth finds his footing again and secures a clean finish to keep the dream alive. That was a sharp, decisive strike to get back on the board. What a finish! Lancer closes it all out with one final shot to the boxes. He's really making a statement today, proving those historical numbers aren't everything in the current moment. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We've got a great match ahead as Lancer takes on Zeth. Zeth has been the far more successful player in their rivalry, winning over 60% of their lifetime encounters. It's clear he's bringing that confidence into this particular set. Lancer will need to find some quick answers if he wants to flip the script today. Lancer reacts quickly to take that fight, knocking Zeth right off the box. This follows a bit of a rougher run for him lately. Zeth's firmly in control with a commanding 3-1 lead. Lancer is hanging in there, trailing 2-3 right now. The favorite has to dig in a bit deeper now. The momentum has completely shifted. Lancer is purely on fire right now. It is a dead heat between these two now. Zeth secures a crucial win from the top, reclaiming his lead in this set. He's had a much better run of form today, going 26-15. Zeth is really leaning into his hot streak today with a strong 26-15 record over the last day. It's clear that confidence is translating directly into his movement on this map. Lancer just needs to find a way to disrupt that flow before the gap widens. Zeth is back on top, putting together a strong run of his own. He's proving why he was such a heavy favorite today. Lancer is refusing to back down, cleaning up this exchange to close the gap further. Lancer is definitely fighting against the grain right now. Zeth is making the most of that height advantage, holding a strong lead as we head toward the break. He's certainly playing like the higher rated seed right now. Zeth holds an 8-4 lead as we swap sides. I mean, this is exactly the kind of surprise we were hoping for. The underdog is in a great spot to close this out quickly. Let's see if Lancer can reset. Lancer is definitely heating up, reacting perfectly to pluck that round away from Zeth's elevated position. He has looked much more consistent across the league today. What a blur! He keeps the pressure on, shutting down Zeth's momentum with another effortless flick. The resurgence continues as he claims another one from the box, narrowing the gap to a single round. Unbelievable. He scrapes through with just a sliver of health to bring this map completely level. A complete turnaround for this series. Zeth quickly regains the lead by winning the mirror match from the top of the box. Zeth handles that perfectly, putting Lancer right back on the ground for another round. The favorite is steadily reclaiming his ground here. A crushing stop to the momentum for Lancer as Zeth keeps the heat coming. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel real. He's just completely ruthless right now, securing his 4th straight win to move within striking distance of the victory. A massive save by Lancer, refusing to let this game end without a fight. Lancer is finally getting his head back in the game. What a grit! He claws out the victory in a brutal slugfest, putting Zeth on match point. Lancer is showing some serious nerves of steel right now. The turnaround is almost complete as he secures a 3rd straight victory to put himself back in the fight. What a finish! Zeth digs deep in a total slugfest to secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the absolute limit here, nearly erasing that lifetime deficit in one single go. He just couldn't find that last bit of luck. Tough loss for Lancer. Welcome everyone, we've got Lancer and Zeth facing off on red line to see who can claim victory today. Lancer makes a strong opening statement, utilizing that ramp height to secure the first point of the map. Zeth holds a significant advantage in their all-time head-to-head with 172 wins over Lancer. It's clear that the historical edge is leaning heavily in his favor right now. We have to see if Lancer can overcome that mental barrier as this one develops. Lancer is absolutely dominating this series, leading 3-1. He's on fire, raining down shots from the ramp to secure another victory. The odds didn't see this coming today. Zeth claims the high ground on those boxes to cut into the lead. Zeth is finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Zeth proves he's not going down without a fight, outdueling his opponent from the ramp. The pressure is really starting to mount on Lancer now. Unreal. He takes total control from the ramp to tie things up at 4-4. Just a complete reset of the board for both of them. He simply refuses to back down, pushing ahead with a 4th straight win to take the lead. The momentum has shifted completely back to the pre-match favorite. He's simply not slowing down, taking this one to extend his win streak to 5. Lancer is looking completely lost in this exchange. He just can't be stopped, cleaning up Lancer from the ramp to keep this run going. Absolute surgical precision from Zeth on every single encounter. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing much better than expected given he was the underdog here. Let's see if Lancer can put a stop to those scoring runs in the second half. Time for a new perspective. He secures another point from the ramp, showing plenty of grit in this half. Total composure to get a response right here. A perfectly timed burst puts him back in the mix as he keeps this climb alive. The underdog is staying surprisingly resilient in the second half. He is rapidly erasing that deficit. A complete 180 from the expected outcome today. He shuts everything down from the ramp to force a dead heat at 8-8. It is a massive shift in dynamic for the favorite. He regains his narrow lead, utilizing the ramp to outplay his opponent. The consistency is back for the top-seeded contender. Zeth is showing a ton of spirit here, putting together 2 straight rounds to secure a 2-point cushion. A steady performance from the high-seeded contender. Lancer keeps this push moving, taking a completely clean fight to close the gap. He's proving that those high rankings aren't everything. Zeth answers back from the ramp, reminding everyone why he's the favorite. Zeth's higher seed rating is starting to look like a real factor. What a scramble! Zeth barely scrapes through that exchange to put himself on match point. Just an absolute nail-biter of an exchange there.
Boom! Zeth closes the door on this match to take the victory.
Lancer put up a fighting effort to keep it competitive, but he just couldn't find a way to stop the momentum. Zeth's clearly the one to beat today. Welcome everyone! Lancer and Zeth are stepping into the arena for this match, where the favorite looks to secure a big win. Zeth has completely owned this rivalry with a 62% win rate over their many meetings. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this set. We just have to see if Lancer can actually break that cycle today. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving by a single sliver of health. Zeth holds the edge with 2 rounds in the bag. A tough 24 hours for Lancer, coming off a 13-29 run today. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 3-1. He looks comfortably set with his positive record today. Lancer is answering back immediately, keeping this set very tight. Lancer is fighting for every single point to close the gap. Lancer is on fire right now, catching Zeth off guard while he was perched on the Tetris. He's definitely starting to feel the pressure of Zeth's 27-14 day. He's just taking over now, securing his 3rd straight win to climb into the lead. It's a sudden shift in momentum for the favorite. Lancer continues his steer, cleaning Zeth right off the Tetris. He's really struggling to find his footing compared to those recent wins on red lines. That is 5 in a row now. He's completely dismantled his opponent's resolve. Zeth finally interrupts that onslaught, putting up a strong stand to get back in this. A critical stand from the veteran, who still holds the advantage in this matchup. Lancer just shuts things down, putting an end to that attempt from the boost. It's a bit of a role reversal, considering the seedings. Lancer goes into the break with an 8-4 cushion. Honestly, this is exactly how we expected things to go given his track record on this map. He's comfortably in control as we head into the second half. Zeth needs to find a way back. Zeth makes a smart move here, utilizing that elevation to secure another point. He's definitely showing why he holds the higher seed in our rating. Zeth continues to claw his way back into this, finishing the round without taking a single point of damage. The momentum is swinging heavily back to his side now. Lancer is really defying his historical disadvantage today. It's surprising to see him thrive given Zeth has dominated their long-term head-to-head. If he can maintain this pace, he might actually break the trend for good. Another smart read from the high ground as he secures a point from the Tetris. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. Lancer is really starting to put some distance between himself and his opponent here. Lancer is just too quick for him, picking Zeth right off the box to keep the pressure mounting. Zeth uses that high ground perfectly to shut things down and close the distance. He really knows how to grind these things out. What a nail-biter, Zeth! Somehow claws back his life to win that chaotic exchange and keep the pressure on. Just a breath of air left in his lungs after that. He's simply refusing to go away, securing another victory from the ramp to keep this run alive. The poise we've seen today completely matches his standing on the ladder. Lancer finds his mark again, dropping Zeth off the Tetris to put himself on the edge of victory. Lancer is proving that the gap in the rankings isn't everything. What a finish! Lancer shuts the door completely to secure the match win. He really needed to step up and prove those rankings wrong, and man, he did exactly that. Truly impressive grit. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Lancer taking on Zeph today on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Zeth has been incredibly consistent against Lancers throughout their history, taking over 60% of their lifetime encounters. It's clear that his confidence is high coming into this series. I'm wondering if Lancer can find a way to disrupt that pattern early on. Unreal. That was a total war of attrition, and he barely limps away with the win. He is certainly playing his part as the favorite right now. Another clean look for Zeth, who just plucked him right off the ramp. He's definitely feeling the momentum from that 27-15 run today. He's completely in control right now, sweeping through another round without taking any damage. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure of those previous head-to-head losses. Zeth just can't be stopped, putting up a total shutout to start the map. A rough opening set for the player, sitting at rank 34. Zeth is simply untouchable, extending his perfect start to 6 straight. His advantage in their overall head-to-head is staring Lancer right in the face. Finally, a breakthrough for Lancer, who just completely shut that down. Lancer has a really tough run going right now with a 14-28 record over the last day. He's fighting a huge uphill battle both in today's session and in this specific series. It's becoming a real struggle for him to maintain any momentum against Zeth. Lancer reacts quickly, catching Zeth right off that container to get another one on the board. Lancer really needs to pull this off to overturn those historical numbers. Zeth is dominating the server with an 8-3 lead. The momentum is shifting quickly for the lower seeded player. Zeth takes the lead 8-4 as we head into the break. The underdog is really making a statement here. Lancer was expected to take this, but he looks completely rattled. Time to see if Lancer resets. Lancer still trailing by 3 as we restart. Lancer is starting to find a way to claw back into this. He's continuing to push the pace with those quick exchanges. Zeth is just outclassing him, sitting pretty at 9-5. He just managed to snap that mini run for himself. That's just how the numbers look on this specific map. Zeth is really putting the squeeze on him now, moving within striking distance of the finish line. The favorite is definitely reclaiming his territory here. Zeth holds a commanding 10-6 lead. That was a swift response to get back into the mix. The speed of these encounters is just wild. Zeth is playing at a completely different tempo right now. Zeth manages to shut that down and picks him right off the ramp. Lancer's brief glimpse of a comeback is gone. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but Zeth survives with just a sliver of health to close out the series. He's just been on another level tonight, proving that his dominance over this matchup is no accident. Welcome to Berserk League duels on Fast Aim. We have Lancer and Zeth facing off to see who takes the win. Lancer came out swinging and used the ramp to grab an early lead. That's a solid start for someone usually seen as the underdog. Zeth has historically dominated this rivalry, holding a strong 62% win rate over Lancer. It's a massive edge that's clearly helping him keep his composure today. I wonder if Lancer can actually flip the script, given how tough these matchups have been for him lately. Zeth is simply on another level right now, keeping the momentum moving in his favor. Unreal, Lancer claws back from the window in a nail-biter, barely surviving that trade. The gap in their rating hasn't stopped the underdog from fighting back. Zeth holds a commanding 4-2 lead as we reset. Zeth is definitely looking like the better player right now. Zeth is cruising now with a 5-2 lead. The top-rated player in this pair is starting to separate himself. Lancer gets the better of him from the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this fight going. He's finally showing he can trade blows with the favorite. The underdog keeps the pressure high, securing a second straight victory to close the gap. Absolute perfection. Lancer has completely erased the deficit to tie things up at 5-all. Zeth gets the upper hand from the toolbox to regain the lead. Zeth has really enjoyed a productive 24 hours so far. We're all tied up at 6 apiece, honestly. This is exactly what I expected to see. Both of these guys have traded heavy momentum swings throughout the first 12, and I'm excited to see who blinks first in the second half. Fresh start for both. He simply refuses to go away, shutting down Zeth from the ramp to take the lead. The momentum is shifting away from the heavy favorite. Zeth answers back immediately, and we are deadlocked at 7. Lancer is showing incredible resolve, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. He's simply too fast, shutting down Zeth in another clean exchange. He's playing with total confidence right now. Lancer takes the lead, putting Zeth on the ropes. Zeth is definitely feeling the momentum of his strong run today. What a scramble! He nearly goes down but manages to clear Zeth off the toolbox with a sliver of health left. That was a nerve-wracking finish for the leader. A fierce battle for control of the ramp, and Zeth comes out on top to bring this series right back to a 1-round difference. A sharp burst catches Zeth off the ramp, extending this impressive climb for Lancer. The favorite is struggling to find an answer to this pressure. He's on fire. Lancer secures another win and now sits just 1 round away from victory. The higher seed is looking completely rattled in this series. Zeth is showing some real heart here, managing to disrupt Lancer's momentum with a fast, clean response. Lancer closes it out with a lightning-fast shot to seal the victory. An incredible turnaround for the lower-seeded player to finally secure a victory in this grueling series. Truly impressive grit, what a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Zeth are facing off on Italy, with Zeth stepping in as the favorite today. Zeth is looking extremely sharp today with a 27-15 record over the last 24 hours. It's clearly giving him the confidence he needs to overcome the historical disadvantage he's had on this specific map. He'll want to keep this momentum going. Lancer holds a slim lead heading into round 4. He really struggled against Zeth on Blame Mappas a while back. What a read by Lancer, picking the favorite of the wine to move ahead with 3 straight. He definitely has the upper hand in their overall head-to-head series. He's just outclassing him right now, securing a 4th straight round without taking a single point of damage. A clean response from Zeth to snap that run and keep his hopes alive. Expected a strong start from the favorite, and he's finally showing it. Absolute chaos there. Lancer barely edges out the trade, clinging to a tiny sliver of life to secure the win. Lancer is currently managing a strong 6-2 lead in this set. You know, that's quite a reversal considering he's usually at a disadvantage in their long-term history. He's really making a statement here as the underdog. Lancer stays in full control, closing this one out perfectly to hit 4 in a row. Lancer looks like a completely different player today. He's simply too fast, extending the run to 5 straight before the break. It's a rough way to start the series for the higher ranked player. Lancer takes a massive 10-2 lead into the break. Well, he's taking full advantage of his superior map win rate here. We expected the favorite to struggle, but this is an absolute collapse from Zeth. Zeth needs to find some answers now. Lancer remains dominant as the tally hits 10-3. Slightly higher on the ladder, but he's still playing from behind. Zeth is starting to put the pressure back on, clearing Lancer of the wine with a very quick reaction. A quick double for the favorite to claw back into this. He's completely taken over the map, moving his tally up to 5. The gap in their rating seems to be closing in on him. Lancer puts an end to that mini-run and quickly secures another win. The rating difference between them hasn't really mattered tonight. Lancer's lead is still substantial, but Zeth is definitely fighting to stay in this. He's still fighting a steep uphill battle here. Lancer was just coasting for a while, but Zeth is proving that he can stay in this game. Zeth is looking a lot more like a top 35 player now. What a read! Lancer just shuts him down on the wine to move within striking distance of the win. He's just refusing to let the favorite get back into this. Zeth finds a very quick response here to stay in the fight. He's desperately trying to flip the script on his current record. He continues to push back, taking another round with total precision. Pure efficiency from the stronger seed to secure that double. Unreal. He just deletes the competition to seal the victory right here. He's really shaking off those old ghosts, putting an end to the losing streak in this rivalry for now. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. Lancer and Zeth are facing off today to see who comes out on top. Zeth has a massive lead in the head-to-head record, coming out on top in over 60% of their previous encounters. It's a long history that usually favors him, though Lancer has been the one taking more of the wins in their most recent sets. We'll see if that trend continues here. What a fight! Zeth somehow survives the chaos and keeps his lead from the box. Just like that, Lancer forces a dead heat. A really stubborn fight from the lower rated player right now. Zeth holds a thin advantage as we move forward. Zeth is certainly playing like the one the odds makers expected today. The energy is shifting. Lancer is playing some very clean shots and it's keeping the score dead even. Zeth has been the more consistent performer throughout his day so far. Lancer edges ahead with a tight 4-3. Lancer is just fundamentally faster in the air right now. He just can't stop this run, securing another effortless kill from the box. He is just untouchable right now, putting up a 4th straight victory. It's becoming quite a headache for the favorite tonight. And there is the response. Zeth puts an end to that slide with a crisp shot. He's showing why the experts had him as the clear frontrunner. He's keeping his foot on the gas, narrowing the gap to just 1 as we approach the half. He's really putting the pressure on as we head into the break. Lancer holds a 7-5 advantage coming into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as the analysts predicted. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can overcome that early deficit on the switch. Let's see who finds the rhythm first. Lancer is really starting to flip the script on his overall record, bringing a 16-27 mark into today's series. He's managed to turn the tide despite having the rougher start to his day. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pace up through the end. Zeth stays cool and completely shuts him down to keep the comeback rolling. He looks completely comfortable now that the momentum has swung. And just like that, we are completely level. Zeth is absolutely on fire right now. Total reset on the scoreboard, but the momentum stays firmly with Zeth. He's just in total control now, picking up another fast victory to move into the lead. The mental advantage is clearly swinging back to the superior seed. Lancer quickly finds his target to bring the game right back to a stalemate. A total deadlock as they fight for the lead. Lancer is just putting on a clinic from the air right now, utilizing that high ground perfectly. Both are hovering right around a 50% win rate in their recent games. Another effortless round for Lancer, and he's now firmly in the driver's seat. The highest seed is struggling to get any momentum back. That was a brutal exchange, but he manages to emerge from the wreckage to keep this comeback alive. The higher seed is digging in deep here. Lancer is going to need a huge response to avoid a skid. What a statement! He just dismantled his opponent right off the box to reach match point. Lancer's earlier dominance in the recent series is starting to fade. Incredible! Lancer manages to drag Zed off that box and force this game into overtime. Lancer's confidence is through the roof heading into this final stretch. The pace is picking up here and Lancer is ending these rounds incredibly quickly. He's really making it look easy for the 34th seed. Lancer is on another tear, completely shutting down the competition right now. The higher ranked player is really struggling to hold his ground here. Absolutely oppressive speed. He's now just one step away from closing this entire series. Just pure raw speed on that final trade. Zeth refuses to go down quietly, stepping up with a flawless shot to keep his hopes alive. That quick response really changes the energy here. What a response. Zeth outdueled him from the box to keep his hopes alive. A tight exchange, but he's found his footing again. Zeth is completely taking over this overtime sequence, securing a massive advantage on the box to move within one of victory. Zed leads by a single round in this nail-biter. Lancer just locked his back up at 16 apiece. Zed claws back into a slim 17-16 advantage. A huge momentary swing for the veteran. Zed's now 2 up, putting a huge dent in Lancer's hopes. The momentum shift is starting to feel permanent for the favorite. Zed is really pulling away with a 19-16 cushion. He just couldn't find that final gear in overtime to close it out. He really fought hard to force this a late game stretch. What a grind. Welcome to Mapas. We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off to see who can claim the win today. Zeth holds a strong historical lead with 175 wins over Lancer in their head-to-head history. It shows he's typically comfortable against this opponent. Now we have to see if that confidence helps him build a lead early. Lancer fights back to tie this up at 1-all. A real toss-up given their close rankings on the ladder. Lancer seizes the momentum with a 2-1 lead. The favorites definitely feeling the heat early. Lancer is completely taking over, putting Zeth on the defensive with another flawless sequence. Zeth manages to edge this out in a frantic trade for the point. He's been comfortably productive throughout his 26-16 run today. Zeth is really starting to flip the script here, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. It's essentially a clean slate now for both of them. Lancer just barely keeps his slim edge at 4-3. He's certainly erasing those head-to-head numbers with this performance. Zeth claws back to make it a dead heat. An extremely tight battle despite the gap between them on the ladder. Zeth has a really good thing going here, picking up 2 quick rounds in a row to extend his lead. He's absolutely on fire, securing another win from the ramp to keep this run alive. Another clean exchange and he's absolutely rolling into the break. Absolute devastation for Lancer as soon as the map shifted. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. The underdog is completely ignoring the odds right now. He's playing with a lot of confidence and looks poised to pull off the ups. Lancer needs a strong start here. Wow, a brutal back and forth that almost ended in a double down, but he just barely scrapes by. That was a nail-biter, barely walking away from that one. Zeth is playing some incredible counters today, pushing his daily record up to 26-16. It's a sharp contrast to his recent head-to-head struggles where he had a hard time closing out maps. This momentum is proving crucial as he puts a serious grip on this match. A scrappy exchange, but he outlasts his opponent to keep this push alive. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure of those early expectations now. He's completely refusing to let this map slip away, extending his run to 3 straight. A really focused sequence to get back into this. He's not letting up, putting another point on the board. He's continuing that strong momentum from their last meeting on the dunes. Lancer puts a complete stop to that charge, showing real grit to claw back into this game. That's a huge reset right when things look decided. What an unbelievable escape. Zeth barely survives that fight and manages to push Lancer off the ramp. Zeth is back in total control, taking a quick fight from the ramp to put himself in a commanding position. Absolute perfection on that final blow, and Zeth secures the victory! He really puts a stamp on the series with that performance, asserting his dominance on this map. Welcome to Berserk League. Zeth and Lancer are stepping onto orange for this match to see who comes out on top. Zeth is currently controlling this series, heading into this round with a massive historical lead of 176 to 107 against Lancer. It means Lancer is fighting an uphill battle not just today, but against a player who simply knows how to beat him. Now we see if the momentum stays with the favorite. Zeth is cruising along with a commanding 2-1 lead. That was a lightning-fast exchange. Lancer is holding his own here, answering every push and keeping this series completely deadlocked. He's really fighting back despite that recent losses to his opponent. Lancer has shifted the momentum, taking a narrow lead. A tough spot for Zeth, considering he's put up 27 wins today. Lancer is on fire, putting together a 3-round tier to take a strong lead. It's a tough look for the heavy favorite right now. Zeth finally finds his mark to halt the slide. He's certainly playing the role of the favorite right now. Lancer is currently carrying a strong momentum into this set, especially since he's an experienced veteran with over 8,000 matches under his belt. You know, it is interesting to see him capitalize on his experience while Zeth is struggling to keep pace. He's really starting to dictate the pace of this match. We're all squared up at 5 apiece now. His performance today is mirroring those recent wins on Dunes and Mappas. He just cannot be stopped right now, securing a 3rd straight victory to reclaim the lead. Zeth has been in incredible form during his matches today. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, Zeth isn't playing like an underdog at all. He's matching the favorite shot for shot, proving that his 27 wins today are no fluke. Fresh start for both sides. Lancer manages to edge ahead with a 7-6 lead. He's managed to hold his own despite those losses in their recent encounters. Back to a deadlock as Zeth forces the tie. He's certainly finding his footing after that rocky start to the second half. Lancer is really making Zeth work for it this series, keeping things incredibly tight. A real battle for the lower half of the ladder here. Lancer just puts a firm grip on things at 9-7. A surprising flip from their recent results on Mappas and Dunes. What a scrap! Zeth barely claws out the victory in a frantic exchange. Absolutely nails it to keep this game within reach. Total parity now. Zeth has balanced the scales at 9-all. Pure aggression on display to snap that rally. He's completely taken over the server, moving a full step closer to victory. A tight exchange, but he comes out on top to even things up. Both players are sitting just outside the top 30 on the ladder. Zeth is putting a huge amount of pressure on Lancer right now, taking a 2-round cushion. Lancer just needs a miracle to stay in this. That's a really clean look from him to close out the series. Absolute perfection from Zeth to secure the final kill and shut the door on this series. Lancer really gave it everything in that second half, but he just couldn't find a way to close it out. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Zeph and Lancer are facing off on fast aim to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Zeph leads the overall head-to-head with a staggering 177 wins. It's a massive advantage that should put him in control here. He actually won their last 3 series today, so Lancer really needs to shake off the rust quickly. Lancer just picks him off the ramp to keep this hot start going. The favorite is really feeling the heat early on. He out-duels Zeph from the ramp to push the lead to 4-0. The lower ranked player is simply outclassing him right now. Absolutely crushing it. Lancer lands another one from the ramp to move to 5-0. Total control from the challenger, who's now sitting on a perfect 6-round run. Tough start for the higher rated player here. Lancer simply refuses to let up, clearing Zeph off the window to bring his total to 7 straight. Simply an untouchable display of skill, bringing the count to 8 straight. This is a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Unreal, both players were nearly empty, but he barely clings to the lead with a microscopic sliver of health left. A complete shutdown. He's just not letting his opponent breathe as he hits double digits. Zeph puts one back on the board from the ramp to close out this set. He's looking to replicate the success of his previous 3 map wins today. Lancer holds a commanding 11-1 lead going into the break. Well, he's definitely proving the critics wrong here. He completely shut down Zed for 10 rounds straight to secure this huge advantage. Time for a total mental reset. Zeph is starting to put up a fight, but he's still got a mountain to climb from here. His 28-15 record today proves he's fighting for a comeback. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange, clawing out a victory with a tiny bit of health left. He just keeps it going, shutting down the ramp for a 3rd straight win. He is starting to look like the superior player in this match. A completely effortless round for Lancer to put him just 1 step away from victory. He is playing with total confidence today. And that's it. He closes things out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Just a dominant performance to get back in the series. He's definitely not letting those previous losses get in his head today. Welcome to the arena. We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off today to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Zeth leads the all-time head-to-head history by 177 wins. That's a huge advantage, but Lancer clearly doesn't feel the pressure after that first round. He looks ready to overturn those historical numbers today. Lancer finds another one, knocking him right off the Tetris to go 3 straight. Lancer had already seen success in their most recent series. Lancer completely shuts him down on the box, extending his lead to 4. A rough start for a player who's been doing well today. Lancer stays out of reach and puts another one in the book, bringing his total to 5. Absolute control from the favorite, who just walked through another round without taking a single hit. What a scramble. Zeth holds the box and barely scrapes through that exchange to break the momentum. Lancer has actually looked a bit shaky overall today with those losses. Zeth has a very strong 27-16 record over the last 24 hours. It's a stark contrast to how things are actually unfolding right now. He's simply not converting those high-level numbers into rounds in this match. Lancer dominates the pace, pushing his lead to 7. We're seeing a similar dynamic to their most recent series. Lancer is just relentless, climbing to an 8-2 lead. The momentum has completely flipped from their last few meetings. Lancer is putting a massive amount of pressure on Zeth right now, and we're seeing it in how quickly these rounds are ending. Lancer takes a huge lead at 9-3. The favorite is absolutely cruising right now. He looked way too sharp during that 6-round run, and Zeth is just struggling to answer back. Time for a total reset. Zeth manages to claw back one more, making it 4-9. He's currently fighting an uphill battle against those all-time odds. Zeth keeps pushing, narrowing the gap to 5-9. He's certainly taking advantage of being the higher-seeded player here. An absolute slugfest this time, and the underdog comes out on top to extend his streak to 3. Looking at the leaderboard, he's barely holding on to his spot in the mid-table. Lancer stops the comeback attempt and quickly regains control. His overall win rate on this map is slightly better than Zeth's. Lancer is closing in on a victory here, and he's looking like the much steadier hand today. It's been a difficult day for Zeth so far. He's not going down without a fight, refusing to let Lancer just walk away with this one. Zeth is finally stringing together some fast wins to get himself back in the game. It's almost a mirror image of how their last few sets went. Lancer swiftly takes the round by picking him off the ramp, putting himself just one step from victory. A tough spot for the higher ranked player to be in. What a way to end it. Lancer closes things out to take a decisive victory. He really proved he can hang with the best today, completely defying those head-to-head numbers in a stellar performance. Welcome everyone to Italy. Zeth and Lancer are facing off today to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with a 62% win rate over Lancer. It's a huge historical advantage, but Lancer is actually entering this game on a bit of a hot streak against him. We'll see if Zeth can actually close the gap today. Lancer has the momentum with a narrow 2-1 lead. The favorite is really feeling the pressure early on. Unreal. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he barely manages to scrape through this one. The lower rated player is really dominating the pace right now. A fast response from Zeth to put a dent in that early lead.
And just like that, Zeth brings us back to a dead heat.
Coming off a bit of a rough patch in their most recent sets. Absolutely commanding performance. He's now taken 3 straight rounds to seize control of the match. He's absolutely rolling now, cleaning up another round to push the advantage.
Lancer reacts instantly to freeze that momentum and get back within 1.
We are completely locked in at 5-all. Lancer really knows how to handle himself on this particular map. He's on fire right now, securing another effortless point to tighten his grip on this half. It's getting harder for the favorite to find an answer. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see from the favorite. He's putting his superior map win rate to use and keeping this game close. Time for Zeth to answer back. Lancer has already secured 2 wins against Zeth in their most recent meetings. It's a completely different story than what we see in their overall head-to-head history. He's clearly found a way to dismantle Zeth's defense today. What a fight! Both players were nearly depleted, but Lancer manages to edge out the victory. Zeth is showing some real grit, completely shutting down that exchange to close the gap. He's finally starting to look like the favorite again. He's refusing to back down, taking another clean fight to keep this comeback rolling. Lancer still comfortably ahead by 2 for now. It's becoming a tough day for Zeth, who's already dropped 2 sets earlier. Lancer is putting on a real clinic here, quickly expanding his lead as Zeth struggles to keep up. Lancer survives a tough trade to move within a single point of victory. That was an incredibly quick exchange to end the duel. He digs deep to secure this one, keeping his hopes alive after a brutal exchange. A tough afternoon so far for the higher ranked player. He clears the final hurdle to seal the deal. Lancer is your winner. He's continuing his dominance in this rivalry, picking up another huge win to really shake Zeth's confidence. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth has an impressive head-to-head lead with over 170 victories against Lancer. You know, it makes that early loss a bit more shocking given how often he usually controls this match. The big question is if Lancer can actually keep this pressure on.
Lancer is pulling ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead.
Lancer had been absolutely cruising through their earlier encounters today. Lancer is really asserting himself right now, barely breaking a sweat with that last kill. Lancer's just one step ahead, holding a tight 3-2. He's desperate to shake off that poor run from their previous maps. Zeth is looking sharp from that high ground, quickly bringing things back to a dead, even split. Zeth just tore through that defense, flicking Lancer right off the box to take a lead. His earlier losses today are starting to fade from the memory.
Lancer answers back immediately to bring things completely level.
Zeth clinches the edge again, pushing it to 5-4.
Zeth is really fighting to get his confidence back after those early losses.
Zeth is really starting to string these together, and doing it from the high ground just makes it look effortless.
Lancer had the wind in his sails after those first few maps.
Simply untouchable right now as he secures another win to tighten his grip on the lead.
That's a complete reversal from how the last few maps went.
Zeth is comfortably ahead 8-4 going into the break. You know, he's completely flipping the script after losing 3 straight games to Lancer earlier today. Now we're seeing the underdog really take control. Lancer's gotta find a gear now. Zeth has really found his footing with a 27-18 record over the last day. It's making a huge difference as he overcomes that rocky start to the session. He's looking completely unfazed by the pressure right now.
Zeth is just dominating now, sitting pretty at 10-4.
A complete shift in energy from their previous games today. Lancer manages to trade blows in the air, showing some real grit in that high ground exchange. Unreal. Lancer barely scrapes by from the box, surviving with almost nothing left after that brutal exchange. Lancer's overall form has been noticeably stronger in his last 10 games. Lancer is on fire, snatching another one away by picking him right off the box.
Zeth holds his ground in that exchange to push the lead back to 4. Lancer's recent dominance in the previous maps
is starting to look like a fluke. Lancer barely walks away from that one, finally bringing Zeth down from the box in a frantic trade. Lancer has been in a rhythm lately, winning 3 straight today. Zeth manages to scrap his way through that, a nasty exchange from the box to reach match point. Talk about a high-stakes finish to that exchange. Game over, Zeth closes the door on this series with a final decisive burst. He really took his revenge for those earlier maps. Lancer fought hard and stayed gritty, but he just couldn't stop that momentum swing. Welcome everyone, we've got Zeth and Lancer facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top today. Zeth looked incredibly sharp on that ramp, picking up the first point of the series. Zeth has won an impressive 62% of their lifetime meetings. That historical edge is definitely something to consider, but Lancer looks like he's determined to shift that narrative today. He's fighting hard to get an early lead. Lancer just clears him off the ramp to extend his lead to 3 straight. Hard to believe the favorite is struggling this much early on. Goodness, that was a scrap. Lancer barely clings on with his life to move to 4-1. The favorite is really feeling the pressure right now. Zeth responds with an effortless shot to keep things interesting. Needed a clean out like that to stop the slide. He's really digging in now, taking another round to close the gap further. Lancer is really capitalizing on those opening shots and managing to keep the lead. Zeth simply outperforms him from the ramp, showing plenty of grit to narrow this deficit. He's starting to look like his usual self again. What a turnaround. He claws his way back to tie this series up at 5-5. Lancer is really fighting for his life in this series. He's on fire now, taking a 3rd straight to seize the lead. A sudden shift in momentum as we approach the half. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, it's a total toss-up right now. Lancer hasn't quite lived up to that favorite status, but he's still very much in this match. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer holds a slim 1-round advantage right now. Lancer really needs to build some cushion since his overall day has been tough. Lancer makes it quick, shutting Zeth down as he tried to push from the ramp. He's really capitalizing on the momentum after that victory on Italy. He absolutely wipes the floor with him from that box, firmly taking control of the pace. Zeth answers back with a hard-fought win, showing some real tenacity in this contest. Lancer just lost his grip on that multi-round run. Zeth has the clear advantage in their overall head-to-head record, but it is a completely different story tonight. Lancer is effectively ignoring those past results and playing with a ton of confidence to hold his lead. What a scramble! Both fought it out from the ramp, but Lancer just barely edges. Ridiculously close finish. He's just refused to go down, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Zeth is keeping this match alive, shutting him down right as he held that window position. Zeth is on a roll now, refusing to back down as he pulls within 2 rounds. His timing is just impeccable right now. He's purely relentless, taking Lancer off that ramp to keep this surge going. Lancer is starting to even the pressure after that earlier run. Unbelievable! Zeth just shuts him down in the window to force a complete deadlock. A total reset as both players enter a fresh fight for the lead. Lancer quickly finds the target and clears him off the ramp to put himself just 1 away. That was a lightning-fast exchange. Absolutely staggering. Zeth denies him from the ramp to force this match into overtime. Lancer secures a huge lead from the ramp, putting him in a prime spot to close this out. Lancer really is fighting an uphill battle tonight. The pace has slowed down a bit, but Lancer is just completely locked in right now. It's a tough look for him today after that 18-28 total result. He refuses to crumble, outdueling Lancer in a frantic exchange to tighten the screw. Zeth keeps the momentum shifting as he secures another clean win from the ramp. The momentum has completely shifted back into his favor. Lancer answers back with a cold response to put himself in a position to close the show. Exactly what he needed after a shaky start to the day. Lancer finishes it off with an absolute laser of a shot to seal the victory. He really dug deep for that one, especially knowing how often Zeth has gotten the better of him lately. Truly a gutsy performance. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off to see who can climb the ranks today. Zeth holds a huge lead in their career head-to-head with 178 wins over Lancer. It's interesting because despite that history, Lancer has actually come out on top in 2 of their most recent clashes. Now we have to see if that earlier dominance is starting to fade. What a scramble! Zeth clings on with a sliver of health to secure the lead from the ramp. Zeth is definitely having the better run of things today. We are completely deadlocked at 2 apiece now. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Zeth just pulls ahead, taking a slim 3-2 advantage. It's good to see him leaning on that huge head-to-head advantage. Lancer just can't seem to hold on to his ground right now. Zeth pushes the lead to 4-3 after that exchange. The 2 are fighting on very similar ground in our rating. Lancer strikes back, tying things up at 4-all. Lancer is really playing the role of the spoiler right now. Lancer was starting to build some real momentum there, but Zeth just shut that down a moment ago. The higher seed is starting to assert himself. Zeth just secures the height advantage and puts a real stranglehold on this match. Lancer has had more luck on this surface lately. Zeth just barely edges ahead, holding a 6-5 lead. He's showing a lot more confidence in his recent games. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, Lancer looked like the safer bet coming in, but Zef is refusing to go away. This is a total toss-up heading into the second half. Fresh start for both. Zef claims the upper hand, moving to 7-6. He's definitely finding his stride after a rough outing on fast aim. Lancer fights back to bring this to a thrilling 7-7 tie. The veteran experience is showing a bit of a difference here. The momentum is shifting back and forth, but Zef is the one managing to stay a step ahead right now. Lancer has historically performed slightly better on this particular layout. Zef has been an absolute machine today with 28 wins and 19 losses in the last day. It's a huge shift from his usual form, and we're seeing that translate into a really disciplined performance in this specific set. Zef is really making the most of that Tetris spot to separate himself here. This is playing out more like the 13-8 result we saw on Dunes. Zef just barely maintains his narrow 10-9 grip. Despite the overall head-to-head, Lancer has taken a lot of the recent bouts. Lancer claws right back, bringing the score to a dead heat. That's a blistering pace he's set for himself. Lancer is simply too fast right now, taking full control of this game. He's putting a lot of pressure on the pre-match favorite. Absolutely frantic. Both players were out of health, but Zef managed to scrape by with a tiny margin to tie it up. What a clutch response to hold that slide. What a dominant sequence. Zed is just one round away from victory. He's completely shut down the counter push. Lancer just forced the tie. We are headed to overtime. An absolute nail-biter. Both sides just refuse to blink. Zeth secures the top spot on the box to push this match to the limit. A very steady outing from him throughout this whole series. This is turning into a complete war of attrition, with neither side able to pull away for long. It's a mirrored struggle for both sides right now. Lancer is staring down the win here, and he's looking absolutely dangerous in these quick exchanges. Lancer is on fire, effortlessly picking Zeth off the box to bring himself to a huge advantage. He's completely seized control of the tempo here. Unbelievable. Lancer storms through to shut the door and claim the victory. He really fought his way back from the brink in overtime to shut that door. Zeth had every chance to close this out, but the momentum just wasn't there at the end. What a fight! Welcome to Red Line. We've got a close battle today between Zeth and Lancer to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Lancer reacted incredibly fast to catch Zeth right as he was stepping up the ramp. Lancer is looking very sharp right now, utilizing that height on the ramp to secure a quick second round. He's definitely looking to avenge those losses from the last few games. Zeth owns a huge historical lead with 178 wins over Lancer in their long-term rivalry. It's interesting because Lancer has taken most of their recent meetings today. This early lead could be a signal that the tide is turning. Lancer's really putting on the pressure here, capitalizing on that ramp fight to extend his lead. Zeth is really struggling to find his feet after those losses earlier. A fierce straight on the ramp there, but Zeth comes out on top to keep this very tight. Lancer typically holds a narrow edge in this head-to-head. Lancer is riding high with a 4-2 lead. Lancer is really making the most of his recent series of victories. Lancer's comfortably ahead at 5-2 right now. Zeth really needs to turn this around given his favorite status today. A complete shutdown as he cleans Zeth right off the ramp, moving to a 6-2 lead. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending that streak to 4. The favorite just can't find a way to stop this run. Zeth finally answers back, picking him off from the boxes to put a halt to that run. It's a tough mental battle after dropping those last 2 maps. Lancer has really turned the tables today after losing those first 2 maps of their series. It's quite a reversal given the huge historical lead Zeth typically holds. Now it's just a matter of if he can close this out before a comeback happens. Lancer takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he's absolutely crushing this side. We expected a tight battle, but the favorite is just completely lost in his half. Zeth needs a huge reset here. Lancer remains in total control with a 9-4 cushion. Both of these players are practically identical on the ladder right now. Lancer is still holding a solid 9-5 advantage. Zeth has usually found a way to win when things got this desperate. The rounds are just flying by lately, but Lancer is the one consistently coming out on top. Lancer is putting on a clinic, and Zeth is really fighting an uphill battle to keep this game alive. He's simply unstoppable, moving to 12 rounds and putting himself on the edge of victory. A total shock for the player we expected to dominate tonight. Zeth secures a vital hold here, keeping the dream alive as he pushes back against the pressure. He needed that one to keep the pressure on. Unreal. He claws back from the edge of death to barely survive that exchange. That was an incredibly narrow escape to keep things interesting. Zeth just blasted him right off the ramp to keep this momentum going. He's officially clawed back into a real fight here. Zeth is absolutely on fire, picking up another effortless round to extend his heater. He is suddenly looking like the favorite we expected. What a turnaround. He just keeps rolling with another 5 straight to keep the match alive. The momentum has completely flipped in this server. Another flawless exchange for Zeth, who used the height of the ramp to keep this run going. Lancer is definitely starting to feel the weight of this collapse. What an ending! Lancer closes it out right here and secures the victory. Zeth just couldn't find that one final round to seal it, despite that insane run he put together. He really pushed the pace at the end, but he'll be kicking himself for letting this one slip. Heart-stopping stuff. Welcome to the Dunes. Zeth and Lancer are ready to battle it out to see who comes out on top. Zeth historically owns this rivalry with a 61% win rate, but Lancer is currently on a roll, having taken 3 straight maps from him today. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can finally break that streak. Zeth holds a slim lead as we head back. He's really looking to shake off those recent losses. Lancer is playing with a lot of poise right now, shutting down Zeth even when he holds the high ground. It's a tough start for the favorite today. Zeth clings to a single point advantage here. Both of these players are sitting right in the middle of the ladder. We are all squared up now, Zeth and Lancer. An interesting flip, as Zeth entered this series as the favorite. The speed of these engagements is incredible. Both players are simply refusing to let the other breathe. What a scramble! Lancer barely scrapes through that engagement with just a sliver of health left. Absolutely nails the timing on that duel. Lancer takes the lead with a 5-4 search. He's firmly in control of the pace right now. Zeth fights back to tie it up at 5 apiece. Lancer is generally looking like the one to beat in this pairing. Lancer has completely flipped the script on this series. He's simply playing a different game right now. Lancer is showing a lot of confidence after that recent run of form. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, he's just keeping up the momentum he's had all day against Zeth. He looks steady, and it's a fair reflection of how the match is playing out. Let's see who takes charge now. Unbelievable, that was a complete war of attrition, and he manages to walk away with almost nothing left in the tank. Man, he's just refusing to go down. A fierce exchange between the boxes, but he outmuscles his opponent to close the gap. He's showing he can still trade blows with the better side today. He's completely shut down the opposition here, refusing to let the momentum shift back. A quick return to form for the favorite. Lancer manages to get the better of him, knocking Zeth right off that platform. Looking at his recent form, he's definitely the one in hot shape. Lancer is putting on a clinic right now with a 60% win rate in his last 10. It's a stark contrast to Zeth, who has been struggling recently. Lancer is really capitalizing on this momentum to secure a comfortable lead. Lancer is really putting a stranglehold on the match, pushing his advantage to a 3-round lead. Just a few spots higher on the ladder, but he's making it look like a gap. Zeth responds with a lightning-fast shot, refusing to let the lead slip further away. Absolute lockdown on the perimeter now. Just a sheer display of accuracy in that last exchange. A complete shutout there, putting Lancer just one step away from victory. He's simply putting on a showing he's never had against this opponent. Zeth keeps the dream alive, punishing Lancer from that high perch to stall the finish. That's an incredibly tight series we've got on our hands. Absolute ice in his veins, Zeth forces the deadlock, sending this battle into overtime. Things are looking precarious for the underdog now. Lancer just tightened his grip on this series. He's really taking control of the map as we head deeper into overtime. Zeth is showing some serious grit here, claiming another round from the box to leave things deadlocked at 13-13. Another quick reflex win here as Zeph clears Lancer right off the box. A real test of nerves for the lower ranked side. He's absolutely on fire now, extending his run to 3 straight to put himself on the brink of victory. The pressure seems to be weighing on him now. What a clutch stop. Lancer refuses to let the series end just yet. A massive swing in momentum just as we hit the final stretch. Unbelievable. Zeph seals the deal with a gorgeous finish to complete the comeback. He finally breaks that losing skid in the most stressful way possible. Talk about a grudge match. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're back on Orange for a great match between Zeph and Lancer. Let's see who takes the win. What a scramble! Lancer barely clings to the lead after that absolute brawl. The clear favorite starts the match on the wrong foot. Unbelievable! Zeth barely walks away from that chaotic trade to even the score. Neither man seems to have a distinct edge on this map. Goodness, that was a total slugfest. Lancer barely survives that exchange to take a small lead. It's a tighter contest than their head-to-head history suggests. And just like that, Zeth pushes us to a deadlock. Both of these players are essentially tied for the same spot in our rating. Zeth grabs the momentum with a thin 3-2 lead. He's looking very comfortable today, with a 25-20 record so far. He's absolutely on fire right now, claiming his third straight round. Lancer's recent 60% form is nowhere to be found. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking a 4th consecutive round. He's really putting his long-time head-to-head dominance on display here. A totally untouched victory as he extends the lead to 6-2. A rougher start than his recent head-to-head losses would suggest. Insane! That was a desperate fight, and Lancer just barely manages to scrape through alive. The underdog is starting to make things interesting here. Zeph has dominated this rivalry with a 61% win rate overall. It's clear that historic confidence is playing a huge role in his composure right now. He's looking incredibly sharp as he pushes toward the finish line. Zaf takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, Lancer was supposed to be the one controlling the pace here. This underdog performance is a huge surprise, especially after that 5-round run. Lancer needs to shake this off. Zep is cruising along with a massive 10-3 cushion. That was an incredibly fast engagement to end the round. Zef is just completely outclassing him right now, making this look like a one-sided affair. It's a complete reversal of the usual dynamics between these two. Lancer finally puts a halt to that onslaught, showing he's still very much in the fight. Lancer really needs a big spark to claw back into this one. He secures another victory and is now just a single round away from closing out the match. The gap between them on the ladder is feeling very real right now. Game over, he finishes the job with an effortless shot to seal the series. Lancer fought hard to stay in it, but he just couldn't find an answer for that kind of precision today. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off right now on Fast Aim. Zeth has a significant 180-113 lead in their total head-to-head matches. He's actually dominated this rivalry historically. He'll be looking to push that gap even further today. A complete shutdown. Lancer is simply too fast right now. A tough start for the pre-match favorite. Zeth finally answers back with a clean kill to keep his hopes alive. He's certainly trying to live up to that favorite status. Lancer is putting on the pressure now, quickly shutting Zeth down even from the ramp. His recent form looks way stronger than Zeth's right now. Lancer is just cruising right now with a 5-1 lead. That contrast is wild compared to how those other maps went. He just wiped Zeth right off that ramp, extending the lead to 6-1. Lancer is really making the most of his recent momentum. Unreal. That was a total war of attrition and Lancer barely scraps through with a sliver of health. He's really shaken off that recent loss against his opponent. Zeth finds a clean opening to hold the momentum. He's still fighting to reclaim the dominant side of this rivalry. Lancer is just comfortably ahead at this point, maintaining a really strong grip on this series. Lancer is definitely playing his best match of the series so far. Lancer is just far too quick in those ramp skirmishes today. This is definitely not the pattern he's used in their most recent games. Lancer takes a huge lead going into the break, sitting at 10-2. I mean, he's completely running away with this opening half. He has really capitalized on his momentum today. Time for Zeth to dig in. Zeth manages to hold his ground from the planks to pick up another round. He's really fighting to close the gap after that tough first half. Lancer is put in a stranglehold on this match, barely giving Zeth any room to breathe. A complete reversal from the expected outcome here. Zeth is refusing to go down easy, quickly shutting Lancer down right there on the ramp. Zeth is clearly fighting to get back to his usual standard. Zeth is really starting to put a dent in that lead and is looking a lot sharper from the ramp. Zeth keeps the charge going, securing his third straight round to stay in this. His recent win on Blame Orange showed exactly what he's capable of. He's on fire. That's 4 straight for Zeth as he continues this charge. The momentum shift feels almost like their last meeting on Orange. Incredible! He's just taken Lancer off that ramp to secure his 5th straight victory. What a fight! He barely survives that brutal exchange to put himself 1 round away from victory. That was a huge stop for Lancer to prevent a complete collapse. What a finale. Lancer secures the final blow and shuts the door on this match. Zeth really fought back with a legendary run, but he just couldn't find the finish line today. What a fight. Welcome everyone! We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off on red line to see who comes out on top today. Zeth has traditionally dominated this rivalry with a 61% win rate overall, but today he's fighting against a very strong recent run from Lancer. I mean, Lancer is clearly coming into this match with a lot of confidence. Let's see if the historical edge helps Zeth find an answer.
Zeth is comfortably in the driver's seat now.
He's proving why he's the favorite coming into this set. Simply too fast. Zeth is on fire now with 3 straight wins.
Lancer was expected to be the one taking control here.
Absolute perfection here, and that makes 4 for Zeth. Looking a lot sharper than he did in their last match on fast aim. He secures the kill from the ramp to keep the streak alive. The ladder numbers suggest this should be a much closer fight. Finally, Lancer answers back with a huge exchange from the ramp to get back in this. His 70% win rate over the last 10 shows is really peaking. Lancer isn't backing down, keeping his foot on the gas with another quick win. The pressure is starting to shift towards Zeth now. A huge blow for Zeth as he gets taken out from the ramp, leaving him just 1 round ahead.
A massive shift in momentum for the underdog here.
Unbelievable! Lancer has completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit to tie things up.
We are seeing a complete reversal of roles today.
He's completely taken over this game, claiming a 5th straight win to move ahead in the count.
Zeth has to dig deep if he wants to salvage this series.
We're all square at 6-6 going into the break. Honestly, this is a weird one. We expected Lancer to have an edge, but both players traded identical win streaks to keep this totally deadlocked. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer is just not breaking, putting on a clinic from the ramp to push the lead. It is starting to feel like a real upset in the making. Lancer stays aggressive from the ramp, showing real grit in this comeback effort.
It's a tough spot for the guy who walked into this as the heavy favorite.
Zeth gets that one back from the ramp, keeping things tight as we head toward the finish.
His 24 wins today show he's staying remarkably focused.
What a fight! Lancer barely walks away from that carnage, securing a huge win to move to 9-7. Lancer is walking a tightrope with his health right now. Both of them decided to battle it out on the ramp that time, and Zeth came out on top.
10 times for a pair, that's almost identical on the ratings.
Good grief, he barely survived that clash to hold on to his lead. He is just refusing to go down today. He's barely clinging to life after that exchange. Zeth manages to secure the advantage from the boxes to bring this game right back to a tie.
Lancer is definitely feeling the heat after those brutal losses on Blame Orange.
Zeth is really cleaning up here, taking another one from the ramp to secure the lead.
The rating difference between these two is basically non-existent.
A clash of titans on the ramp, but he's now claimed 3 straight to seize control.
A really tough stretch for the 31st ranked player today.
Lancer stays remarkably cool under pressure to bring this back to a dead heat.
Both players have fought tooth and nail to keep this one deadlocked.
Lancer just edged out a brutal encounter to put himself 1 round away from victory. Zeth wipes him off the ramp to force an absolute nail-biter of a deadlock. Neither man has an inch of leverage left in this one. Lancer keeps his composure and closes it out. Zeph holds the high ground for that one, and now we are headed straight into overtime. Lancer is struggling to maintain that early lead he built today. Zeth is really putting on a show right now, securing another fast win from the boxes. It's a total toss-up for both of these players now. He just won't let up, taking the lead back to 15. Lancer is finding it very hard to keep his distance closed. What a finish! He manages to outlast Lancer in that chaotic scrap to close out the entire match. He really managed to dig himself out of a massive hole to survive that one. Lancer put up a hell of a fight, but the momentum just swung the wrong way at the end. He really earned this one. Zeth has been an absolute nightmare for Lancer in the past, leading their head-to-head match history, 181-114. Well, that history is clearly weighing on the odds today. I wonder if Lancer can find any answer to that mental pressure. Zeth is holding a narrow lead with 2 rounds up. Lancer has slightly higher win percentages on this map historically. Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on now. He's completely flipped the momentum of this set. The clear favorite is suddenly fighting for a foothold. Zeth earns that one from the wine, keeping things tight here. That a lot of games played today for these two? We're deadlocked at 3 apiece for these two. Neither player has managed to separate themselves from the pack so far. Lancer claims a slim lead, moving ahead 4-3. Zeth is certainly feeling the weight of his recent 24-20 day. What a scramble! Lancer barely escapes that firefight to pick up his 3rd straight win. He's really capitalizing on this stretch of the match. Unreal! Zeth clawed back from the brink to survive that chaos by the skin of his teeth. A high-tension trade that just barely swung in his favor. Zeth is looking extremely sharp right now, shutting everything down from that wine position. Lancer barely survives a brutal exchange to drag Zeth off the wine. heading into the break with a 1-round advantage. That's a huge stop for him, just as the first half winds down. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we expected. He's using his map experience to keep the edge right now. Let's see if Zeth can pivot here. Lancer stays in control, clinging to a 7-6 lead. We're seeing a very tight battle between these two on the ladder. Goodness, what a fight. Zeth manages to survive that absolute carnage to pull the score even. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he came out on top. Lancer barely holds the line, still leading 8-7. That's just a couple of spots in our rating separating these two. Lancer has a solid 48% win rate on this map, and we're seeing that experience pay off in real time. It's giving him a clear comfort level that Zeth just isn't matching right now. It'll take a huge shift in aggression to stop this slide. He's staying composed, quickly narrowing the gap with a perfect read. Lancer is putting a serious dent in Zeth's confidence now, as he really starts to push toward the finish line. Lancer shuts him down quickly, leaving himself just a single round from victory. Lancer is really making the most of his momentum right now. What a scramble! He barely survives that firefight to keep himself in the series. A crucial stand there to keep the dream alive. Absolutely crushing end. Lancer closes out the series with a flawless final gunfight. He really fought through that mental block to secure the series. It's just a huge confidence boost to finally move the needle against Zeth. What a match!